got a bunch of I think we got most of our names in there. We still got some cars going through tech. Once we get those tech cards up here, hopefully I can get a name with a car. For those of you who got people watching at home, I know one thing, in the right lane, this looks like Roman Kieski in his 66 Pontiac. No, it's Gene Kieski. Brian Hankions and Galaxy in the left lane. And we're off and running at our muscle car / motorcycle shootout. Motorcycle guys will get you into the queue. We'll break in on the muscle cars, and we'll get you down the track to get your runs in. We'll see how many motorcycles they are. I might have you move up, motorcycle guys. All Mopar match. Oh, I'm sorry, Dan Grohl. All Mopar matchup here. 69 Barracuda left side, 68 Dart right side. Know that Dart from before. That is a beautiful, fast car. Wow. 972, 135 for the Dart, 1060, 123 for the Barracuda. Again, staging lanes 1 and 2 for our muscle cars, staging lane 6 for our bikes. Down track, Doug in the right lane, Matt in the left. Couple of nice clean passes. Steve Flom over here in the Power Wagon. No, in the Jeep Grand Cherokee on the left side. The right lane, Dodge pickup. On down the track they go. Grand Cherokee, I'm sure heavy equipped. It's a 20 Trackhawk, so it's got a Hellcat engine in it, 1178. 117 miles an hour. Joe Badur over there, left side. Right side, Jamie Ketting. One of my favorite Mopars out here. Ketting out of Fall Creek, Wisconsin. That 71 Duster, No name on the Camaro left side. Mike Hayes. Not sure if that's right. 66 El Camino. That is not the little trouble getting off the line. Bouncing it down the track. Now he's got it moving. Sadly, I got a bunch of not on files. We'll try and get that handled here. Tire spin for the Camaro off the starting line. Motorcycles coming up here. Motorcycles, big part of our muscle car shootout. They have their own class, own division. Guys are serious about this. They got dialing boards and everything on their bikes. 1048 for the right lane was the dial-in. Off 1148 on the left side motorcycle. He got close. I see Nate Bremer down there, right side. If memory serves, he's our bike champion. Season bike champion. Extended swing arm bike, pretty awesome, very fast bike. Trouble with traction in the first half of the track. Bike in the right lane goes through 920, 148. Back to cars. We'll be switching back and forth between bikes and cars during this open time trial session. Again, we're only going to be running this open time trial session till 12:30, but 2.5 hours. Quite a bit of time. Should be enough time to get yourself 2-3 runs and get your vehicles set up. In preparation for today's eliminations, in our bracket racing portion of our shootout. Glad to see y'all out here. Concession stand is open, serving up great food, good things to drink. Smith making that last pass. Sadly, no names again. Dodge Challenger, Hellcat version, right side. Looks like a Rambler over there, left lane. A lot of power in the Rambler, spinning the tires hard off the starting line. At 128 miles an hour in that left lane. Sending a couple more motorcycles down. That bagger bike's pretty quick, right lane, 1083 at 124. That thing hauls a freight. These guys are serious. They know what they're doing on these motorcycles. This is Mike Hayes in a 66 El Camino. In the left lane, Alex Schultz, regular competitor out here. In his 17 Chevy SS, right side. Off they go. El Camino getting there first. Letting out of it, coasting across the finish line, 11:42 at 101 miles an hour. Alex Schultz went through 11:69 at 117. Next pair out, Dave Meyer over there left side in that beautiful 69. Well, .1140 at 112. Nice pass. Jake Norris now, right side. 82 Camaro, no name, left side. 68 Chevelle. Camaro's a little bit past staging area here, so we need to back him up and get him back into the staging lanes. beautiful example of muscle car fame going down the left lane. I think this is a 70 GTO. Ram Air something on the side of the car. 1169. 115 miles an hour. Awesome, awesome. Another beautiful car. Left side. Can't read the call out on the engine size. It looks like 427, 69 Camaro. I'm going to guess it's 327. Gorgeous car. Beautiful S10 over here in the right lane. Just a lot of great examples of some cool automotive iron going down the track here today, being here on site at today's muscle car shootout. We're going to hold up action for a little bit. A couple of E-bodies on the line for you Mopar fans. 383 Cuda in the right lane. Stroked out small block. Left lane Challenger 74 version, something like that. Ooh, nice 12 light. Runs it through 1199 with a 9. Got it into the 11s. That's always a big milestone in anybody's career as they're racing. They haven't been there before. 112, almost 113 miles an hour. So if you're in the staging lanes, you can stand down for a few minutes here while we put some more gold dust on the starting line, do a little spray job. We'll be back running here in just about, 3-4 minutes. In the test and tune portion of our muscle car and motorcycle shootout today. There he is. Where is the Camaro, Joe? Where is the Camaro? Oh, I really like, I like Monte Carlos too, but I really like the Camaro. It's not broken, is it? No, okay. Just out here slumming it. At least you're not doing burnouts on the return road. Yeah, that's a no-no. Glad you're here, Joe. Great to see everybody here. What a beautiful, beautiful day. It's just going to be spoiled later on for all you Packer fans when the Vikings take another victory and remain undefeated on their way to the Super Bowl this year. No, you know I talk funny up here, but I always love the border matchups. We get the smack talk before, and then usually there's not a lot of bragging going on in Minnesota after, so we'll see how things turn out. I hear Jordan Love's back in the lineup. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, actually, for you Packer fans. I'm kind of glad he's in there. He hasn't played a lot, so we'll see how things turn out here. Sorry for the smack talk, Judy. But I'm the one with the microphone in my hand, and you're not. How's that? No, I love you all. Gorgeous, gorgeous day. All right, we got the starting line redressed a little bit, and off we go. More test and tune portion of the day. We'll keep running until about 12:30 or so. We'll take a little lunch break, and then we'll start our eliminations at 1 p.m. I'll keep you all informed what's going on throughout the day here. And if you can't hear the PA, 90.9 on your FM dial gets you all the PA announcements. Joe Badur, right side, in his trusty Monte Carlo. His wife's Monte Carlo, I should say. Rocket ship of a motorcycle going down the track. Holy cow. Gets out of it at about 1,000 feet, coasts across the starting line, 881 at 100 miles an hour. Wow. Dave Adams, left side out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota, 440 plus cubic inches of horsepower. All Mopar, all the time. No name in the right lane. Off they go. Adams on a 10-second pass? No, didn't quite get there. 11:12 at 121 miles an hour. That is all street trim, I believe. Street tires, full exhaust. Gene Kieski, right side. That's 66 Le Mans. Tempest? One of the two. Le Mans, it says right here on the screen. Jackson Tomford, 69 Chevelle. In that left lane. Down the track they go. Kieski on a mid 11-second pass. Right on the money. 11:50. 1:16. Tiffany Badur now. 68 Chevy 2. Left side. No name on that beautiful Camaro SS right side. 994. Beautiful and fast. That Camaro SS. Tiffany trips the beams at 11:27, 116 miles an hour. Rob Juarez, right side on his 2019 Indian, that is. Left side, Tyler Marthaler, 1078 on that Harley, I believe. 09 Harley, Daleville, Wisconsin. Marthaler having trouble. Got out of the hole pretty good. Then something either shut off or... No, he's back running. Rob Juarez goes 1060 at 121. Marthaler rolling on. We'll get some more cars down the track. James Perrin, right side. That 66 Charger. 440 call-out badge on the front fender. No name on the Shelby GT350. Right side, 66 or 65. 289. Don't know that for sure. Red light start, but holding his own going down the track. 1160 for the Shelby Mustang, 1137 for the Charger. All right. A couple of more motorcycles coming up here. Nels Torgerson in that left lane. On the, I think you call him a bagger Harley. Really not up on the motorcycle scene. But it's getting with the program, that's for sure. Brandon Roman in the right lane. in his 98 Buell. 14:09, 103 miles an hour for Brandon. Jeremy Tomford in the right lane. Whatever's in that Camaro, it's a handful. It's a hit or miss every time they leave the starting line. 1080 at 132. I think he's gone in the 9s at 150. Like I say, it's a hit or miss, though, whenever they let it go. Next pair, Craig Zoller, left side. Stan Sleever, right side. 07 Harley, left. 2010 Harley, right. Look at that bagger going. Hanging the front wheel. Boy, he's the driver. Went 1080 before. 1090 this time. That's fun to watch. 1140 for Zoller in the left lane in his 07 Harley. Alex Nelson, left side in that 68 Chevelle. Says Dave Bowl, I'll go with that over here in the right lane. Dave Bowl, 002 on the reaction time, great light. Goes 10:10, had a 10:11 on his dial board, so he's right with the program already. Another couple of bikes coming out, extended swing arm. Nate Bremer, got a couple bikes out here. He's out of Red Wing, Minnesota. C10 left side. That C10, we turned the Vega loose down the right-hand lane. Kind of ran it for 60 feet, maybe 200 feet. I don't know. Not very far. And then just kind of coasted the rest of the way. Decent 60 foot, 174, and then that was about it. They'll redress that in the pits and see what's going on. Looks like we got a leak coming out of that S10. That's why they shut him off. Push him off the lane. We'll get that drip cleared up, and we'll be back to running cars. Jared Joneman and Jeff Ellenson down track right now. Ellenson in that dart, making haste. 10:53, 128. Dodge pickup goes through 13:28, 105 for Joneman out of Rudolph, Wisconsin. 72 D100. I like it. I like it all. It's got a Mopar emblem. Now left side in the Hillcrest Hustler. I like drag car names too. That Malibu gets with the program. Running off against the Hellcat Challenger over here in the right lane. Malibu 1089 123, Hellcat 1133 123. Mike Hayes, I like my race cars red. I like all red cars, to tell you the truth. I don't care what it is. That El Camino is brilliant. The sunshine on it, sitting up here in the tower, it is brilliant red for sure. Mike Hayes out of Eau Claire, 61 years of age, and he's retired. I'm 61. I'm not retired. I got to do what Mike Hayes does. He's in the Hell on Wheels Club. Mark Dolan over here in the right lane out of Woodbury, Minnesota, in that 03 Dodge pickup. Getting tattooed by that 66 El Camino of Mike Hayes. Wow. 11:16 at 120 miles an hour. Dodge pickup trips the beams. 1564, 85 miles an hour. I'm guessing that is completely stock. And I see somebody with a gear shift in their hand over here in the right lane. Brian Hankians in that 66 Galaxy. Classic Ford muscle on the starting line over here in the right lane. That is James Kushner out of Rhinelander, Wisconsin, in the left lane in that 2002 Pontiac, also retired. Coming in second to that big Ford. 1240 for Hankians in that Ford. Another couple of Mopars. A lot of Mopars here today. I like every bit of it. This is Clayton Kells in his 76 D100. In the right lane. Duster in the left lane. Off it goes. Duster putting it down. That D100 pickup's moving out too. Kells doing a good job there. He's going to be second. Duster goes 10:33 at 128 miles an hour. Little smoke out the pipes on the shutdown. D100, no slouch, 12:51 at 103. Ryan Bayer in that 70 GTO. I can't read the call out. Ram Air something. And a little bit too much power applied to that. Something let go in the drivetrain there. Mike, that's not Mike Hayes. Anyways, D100 going down the left side. And we'll go out there and take a look at Ryan Bayer's 70 GTO up close and personal. 455 cube. Nice. But unfortunately, something broke in the drivetrain there. We will get a look at that, and I think he's going to need a tow or a pushback off the track. Was hauling the freight for 60 feet. Okay, not even 60 feet, looking at the numbers. And then something went awry in the drivetrain. And there you see the Wisconsin Lottery dually. Going to do a little tow job probably. We'll get Ryan towed off the track. Unfortunate situation. That is a beautiful, beautiful car. Thanks for bringing it out, Ryan. That is awesome. Hopefully it's something that can be repaired and he can continue his race day here with us. I hope it's not catastrophic. It'll take a few minutes. We'll get him towed off the track. I don't see any fluid down. That's a good thing. I didn't see any parts fly out of it either. Usually if a U-joint lets go, there's all kinds of stuff flying around. But it is a beautiful day to be at the racetrack. I'm guessing it's a beautiful day to be at Lambeau Field also. A lot of Vikings fans making the drive, taking the Elk Mound exit to 29, then heading up to Appleton and Lambeau Field in Green Bay. And there'll be a lot of happy Viking fans driving that same track back afterwards. Hopefully. We'll see. Yeah, they're taking the exit and they're going to Green Bay. They're not coming here, sadly. If they were smart, they'd come here and do some drag racing. So while we're towing Ryan off the track, we're going to do a little brooming and grooming on that starting line. A lot of dirt and sand being flipped around, a lot of treaded, tired cars tracking stuff up. Just part of it. We'll get it cleaned off. We'll be back to racing action directly. Don't forget, our concession stand is open. Ready for you to get something to snack on or something more substantial. We get closer to lunchtime. Hamburgers, bratwurst, hot dogs, all kinds of stuff. Chicken tenders, fries, cheese curds, everything. I've tried a lot of stuff out of there this year. Been happy with everything that comes out of the concession stand. Excellent, excellent food over there. Also want to remind everybody, next Friday we will be having a test day here. That'll run from, I think, 12 to 6. We're bumping the time up a little bit. 7 o'clock's a little bit too late. So we'll run our test and tune, our Capital Motor Company test and tune session from 12 till 6 next Friday, and then we're having Customer Appreciation Weekend. Come on out, enjoy that. Friday night, we're going to have a potluck dinner. Main course supplied by Rock Falls Raceway. A bunch of racers are bringing side dishes and whatnot. We'll have that on the property here somewhere. I'll have more details about that next Friday for sure. Also, keep an eye on your Facebook. There'll be posts about that. Saturday night, we're having decorating, not a contest, but just decorate your trailer for Halloween. We're having a trick-or-treating for the kids. And we're going to have something, I think, for the spectators that want to come watch and just bring some kids out. I think after 1 p.m. Saturday, we're talking about some free admission. There'll be details on this stuff for those with kids if they want to bring their kids out and get some candy. So there'll be trick-or-treaters coming to your trailers if you're here next weekend. So bring some candy for the kids and bring something else maybe for the adults as they also trick-or-treat. Good time going to be had next Saturday, or this whole, I should say, the whole weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, again, testing and tuning on Friday and customer appreciation weekend, Saturday and Sunday next weekend here at Rock Falls Raceway. All are invited. We got things cleaned up, a little brooming and grooming. We're ready to go. Right side, Scott Miller out of Duluth, Minnesota. They do a lot of street racing up there in Duluth, Minnesota, and this, I think, is a product of that. It looks like a Street Outlaws car. 67 Nova, twin turbos. If he gets a hold of the track, it's going to be incredibly quick. Kurt Wamhoff, going to see him for a little bit. Wamhoff runs you can see the dial-in board, 1128. Beautiful. I want to say 65 Chevelle Malibu SS in that left lane. Scott Miller being guided in by his crew member. Puts him right in the pre-stage beam. Staged up to bring the RPMs up. Tree comes down. Little tire chatter coming out of the hole, but he's on a pretty good pass. Might end up in the sevens. 759, 186. Heck of a pass. No parachutes either. Yeah, rattled the tires about 30 feet out. Got it back under control, and then put the boots to it. 759, 186 miles an hour. Wamhoff goes through right on his dial in 1128 with a 1 on that 1128. Next pair out, Dave Rudd. That 69 Camaro SS in the left lane. Sue Rudd, the 68 Nova in the right lane. Sue hails from Mondovi, Wisconsin, just down the road a piece. Trips the beams, 1275. Dave Rudd, 1326. Will Hale now. Left side in that 81 Cutlass. I think he's got an LS under the hood. Brandon Swanson in the right lane in the S10 Laser 2000 version. Off they go. $11.28 for Hale and $13.08 for Swanson. Right side now, Dwayne Evanson. He was here last weekend for our Fallout event. 63 Nova. Left side was also here for that Fallout event. No name on that car, and I have forgotten who it is. And that 64 Dodge Polara. He lets off, goes through 1235, 1222 for Evanson. Jake Norris now right side, that 82 Camaro. Carl Wamhoff in that 55 Chev. Left side, gorgeous car. it's red. It's got to be good looking. Both drivers away with green lights. Wamoff getting way out there. He's got 11:48 or 49 on the die-line board. We'll see what he can do. 51, not bad. 117 miles an hour. Camaro trips the beams. 1374, 101 for Jake Norris. Rob Juarez now left side in that Indian motorcycle. Tyler Marthaler right side. 09 Harley. Side by side the whole way down the track. Great drag race. 1067, not good enough. But Marthaler had gone red. That's why he got there first on that 1070. Wow, that was side by side. 200ths between the two of them at the finish line. Ben Miller now. Right side out of White Bear Lake in that 08 Corvette. These things, even in stock form, are very fast. They can do tuner kits to them, and they're pretty awesome. They sound ridiculously mean, as that thing just screams going down the track. A little heavy on the fuel on the tune. Who's ever got that cooking? 1239, 120. 1282 at 104 for the yellow S10. Try and get a name on that one. Joe Robbins now right side. The 08 Suzuki. No name left side and the full dressed Harley. Suzuki shoots out the hole. 139 60 foot. In the tuck position, goes 883 at 151. No racing slick on the back of that dragline. Wow, that thing is fast. Chuck Rao out of Eau Claire in the 65 Comet here in the right lane. No name left side Cutlass. I'm going with the Cutlass Supreme. Off they go. Cutlass going to get there first, 11:29, 119 miles an hour. Rao trips it through the beams, 12:36, 110 in his 65 Comet. A couple more bikes coming up. Nels Torgerson, left side. In the 02 Road King. Paul Flynn out of Stillwater, Minnesota, in the Hayabusa, right side. Torgerson left side out of Blair, Wisconsin. Little purge of the nitrous out of the Hayabusa. This thing is going to be incredibly fast. Clicks it off just before 1,000 feet. Goes 903 at 102 miles an hour. Wow, that is very fast. The Road King goes 11:32 at 116 in that left lane. Luke Hafferman back in his 72 C10. He got that fixed, whatever was leaking in the left lane. Brian Zielinski, the 23 Challenger Scat Pack Andover, Plum Crazy, or whatever they call it now. That's a gorgeous looking Challenger. I'm sure he drove it here. Traction control engaged. Doesn't make for the quickest time, but C10 clicks the beams. 1197, 109. Challenger goes through. 1446 at 100, almost 101 miles an hour. I'll round up. A lot of smoke out of the C10 in the shutdown area. Safety will take a look at that pickup once he gets off the track and see if he has had a head gasket let go. Because it looked kind of weird coming out of the exhaust pipe. It's got side exhaust on there. So we'll have safety look at that truck and see if there's any liquid coming out of it. If there's not, it's just smoke, we're okay. If there's liquid coming out of it, we're going to have to run down there. So let's just take a look and see what safety says. Hold up for a minute or two. It was coming out of that right side exhaust pipe. I don't know if safety can hear me. They can take a look at that. There was some suspect smoke coming out of that first time he came up here. I couldn't hear. I think safety gave an all clear. But we're going to run down the track, make sure there's nothing out there anyways. We'll be back to testing and tuning for you guys. Just a few short minutes. While we were running down the track, we found an alternator belt or something out there. So if someone's missing an alternator belt, that'll end up back on the starting line. So you picked a good day to come to Rock Falls Raceway and do some acceleration testing, as they used to call it in the olden days. All clear. So if you're not in your car, get in your car, get ready. We're going to continue running. Helmets on, seat belts on. It's like we got Jeff Serene going to make a pass in his snowmobile. Jeff Serene just acquired a rear engine dragster recently. Working on that, trying to get it ready before the end of this year. Doesn't have much time. A lot of work to be done. Jeff, a regular racer out here in motorcycle. Because he has a spare snowmobile. And now he's got a rear engine dragster. He is, as we say, hooked. Runs that snowmobile all the way down, 1265, 104 miles an hour. Back to cars. Dan Grohl coming out left side in that 69 Barracuda. Dave Meyer in the 69 Chevelle. Take the goofy hoods off, and this is what you saw racing down the streets back in 69. Dan Grawl with a great reaction time. 0:11 light, 10:61, 123 miles an hour. Chevelle goes 10:30, letting out at only 119 miles an hour. No name on file on this bike. Looks like he just drove in on his cross-country trek. Off he goes. It's always fun to go as fast as you can on whatever vehicle. 12:39, 107 for the motorcycle. Bruce Larson, left side. Can't read the call-outs. I think that's another Scat Pack Challenger 2023 out of Owatonna. John Dunbar over here, right side, and Rolling Thunder, 69 Chevelle. Big wheel stand. Goes red, but on down the track it goes. 10-something. 9:44, 141. All in the mail. Challenger goes through at a 14:24, 102. Jeff Peterson now left side. I'm not sure if that's correct. That's not an 80 Trans Am. Going down track and loses power about 400 feet. Gets it back going. Foot slipped off the gas, I'm not sure. 1498 at 96 miles an hour. Nova, 1496 at 91 miles an hour in that left lane. Steve Flom, left side in that Grand Cherokee Trackhawk. Name on the right side. Make sure you got your windows up, all that kind of stuff. Make sure you got your air conditioners off if you do have a street vehicle you drove out here in. Froster off, air conditioner off. That puts water on the track. Water, not a good thing to have on the racetrack. Does not promote traction when you got water on the racetrack. Camaro goes through 11:01, Trackhawk 11:95 at 116 miles an hour. Randy Belinsky now, the 79 Trans Am. Car number 455, I'm going to guess it's got 455 cubic inches under the hood. Jeff Peterson, 70. Off they go. All Pontiac Trans Am matchup. Getting there first at 12:14. 110 miles an hour, Randy Belinsky. Jeff Peterson goes 13:43 at 100.69 miles an hour. Jeff Ellenson, the 73 El Camino. Classic old pro stock style scoop on that green El Camino. Jamie Kenny, the 71 Duster. Said he's got a 360. Interviewed him once after he won Street Eliminator or something this year. 13:48, 100 miles an hour. 14:65 for the 73 El Camino of Jeff Ellenson. Jackson Tom Ford, left side, 69 Chevelle. Alex Schultz, 2017 Chevy SS. So I don't know if that's a 6 liter or a 6.2 liter under the hood, but whatever it is, it's fast for a street car. Exhaust sound. Went 1160 something first pass, goes 1167 second pass. Got her dialed in. Chevelle goes through 14:53, 95 miles an hour. Marvin Welsh out of Osceola, Wisconsin. That's a 64 Rambler in that left lane. Brian Conrad out of Marshfield, Wisconsin. 73 Challenger, right side. Beautiful looking TA style scoop. That's Mopar speak for those of you who don't know what I'm saying. Off he goes. Smoking the tire in the 64 Rambler. Keep positive traction for that car. Challenger goes through 1199. 113.5 miles an hour. Rambler goes 1590 at 94. A lot of more potential there if you can get that thing hooked up. No name on the Harley in the left lane. Right lane, that's Steve Sleever in a 2010 Harley. Right off the street. Fast bike. Good driver, too. Both drivers are really good. Left side getting it all crossed up. Staying in the throttle, not letting out. 1054, 119. 1082, 126 in the right lane. Come back here, Camaro. You're way too far out. Come back. There you go. John Coops in the 66 Mustang, left side. I think it's Michael Sepper over here, right side. There he got it to the starting line. Nice lead there. He'll be in the nines. 915, 151. Short sleeves. That's amazing that they're even able to do that. I think they'd have to have him wear a jacket. Mustang goes through 1236 at 111. No slouch run there. 007 on the tree for Coops. Ready to go. Race it. Craig Zuller, left side, 07 Harley. He does concrete work, and he rides Harleys. No name, right side. Craig Zoller getting with the program. No air shifters on those bikes. 1127, 117. Bulin, the 72 Duster, left side, 360 call out on the rear quarter panel, aftermarket rear spoiler. I had one of those on my Dart Sport. Good looking Mopar. Right side, we got a S10. Side exhaust, must be turboed or something. Oh yeah, you can't stage it like a regular car. Oh, and he makes it stick. Oh! Applies the power and just gets crazy at 150 feet. Had a good run going, but as the power came on, the traction went away. Coast through at a 1414. Had it on 3 wheels, actually. Wow. High-powered cars, they're tough. Sometimes you got to finesse them down the track. They had a good 60-foot going. And a good run out to 100, 150, maybe 200 feet. And then, as like I say, the power came on, the traction went away. A little bit out of the groove, you can see that as it happened. Gathered it back up, didn't crash, got close to the center line. Nels Torgerson, left side, going on down the track. $11.26, 115. I hear the coast down of another turbo car coming up here. Right side. Eric Bandit, out of Hastings, Minnesota, in that 68 Nova. No name, left side. Good-looking Camaro. Gen 3 Camaro in the left lane. Z28 at that. So we'll see how this goes. I see 880 on the dial board. He should have gloves on. I can see that from here. You're going that fast. Safety first. That's what it's all about here. So we'll have a talk with him. Whatever it does on this pass. They got it really soft out of the hole. Really soft on down the track it goes. Well, I guess he doesn't need gloves. He's going to be over the nines. 11:37 at 119. Real clumsy staging on those trans brake interrupt deals. 1597 in the left lane. Next pair out, Steve Romners out of Mankato in that 66 Chevy 2. That's a gorgeous looking car. Left side. Hellcat Challenger, right side. Staying out of the groove, trying to maximize traction. And not destroying the groove for the cars that actually have slick tires. Courteous driving. Couldn't hold it back, push the car through. Goes quite a bit red. That affects all the timing stuff from that point on. Does go 122 miles an hour, which tells you he's got some stout power. Those cars are not light, over 2 tons. Romners runs through 11:44 at 117 in that good-looking Chevy 2. Another couple of Mopars on the line. 383 powered Cuda. Left side out of Balsam Lake, that's Russ Brown. Todd Thomas in the 70 Dodge Dart. In the right lane out of Two Harbors. Dodge Dart getting the better of this pair. 1261, 104. Russ goes through 1466 at 94 miles an hour. Russ has been out here flogging that Cuda all season long. Kelly Cope now out of Farmington, Minnesota in the 70 Nova. Buck Smith out of Medford, Wisconsin in his 03 Mustang. Buck, a regular competitor out here, I believe in Street Eliminator. A couple of gorgeous cars in the starting line. That 70 Nova of Cope's is beautiful. Nova has trouble getting going out of the hole, but once got the foot to the floor, really let it go. 1196 at 91 miles an hour. Car has a lot of potential to go much, much faster. 1370 at 97 miles an hour for Buck Smith. James Perrin now back in his 66 Charger. Another gorgeous car, 55 Chev, right side. '55 Chev flying on down there, 10:01 at 135. Perrin goes through at 11:38, almost 117 miles an hour. Jeff Domagala out of Cottage Grove, Minnesota, coming up in his 87 Buick. I don't know if that's a GNX or a Regal, one of the two. And I don't know if it's a stock V6 turbo or not. No, it's not even that. Oh, I see. I read my screen wrong. Domagala's in the right lane. No name, left side in that Trans Am. This is a Grand National over here in the right lane. Wow, that Buick is quick. $11.69 at 114 miles an hour. I can't tell you if that's stock or not, but it's not far from stock. Those cars were incredibly fast right from the factory. Alex Nelson now right side, his 68 Chevelle. Beautiful wheelie out of that Cougar. 69 Cougar, I'm going to guess? Oh. Not on file yet. Hopefully we'll get that entered. 10:04 at 132 for the Cougar. That is fast. 12:37 for the Chevelle at 108 miles an hour. Craig Zoller. Back in that 07 Harley. I know I have a name for this motorcycle. I don't have a tech card yet. You guys are fun to watch. They're not just sitting on the seat of that bike and going down the track. They're working hard. Tiffany Badur left side, Joe Badur right side, and they continue the husband-wife matchup that has been going on all season long. I'm not sure what the score is, but both cars don't run the same, so they go by reaction time. Whoever has the better reaction time going to put another point on the board. Whoever doesn't get the best reaction time is probably going to be making dinner today. Oh, and they went for it. Joe wins this round in the right side, going 21 on the tree. Tiffany went for it, 007 red, close but no cigar, as Joe will have bragging rights now until the next time husband and wife square off. Been a fun battle all season long here with the Badurs and the Crown Hearts and that racing family. Terrific, terrific people. We're going to do a little redress on the starting line. So we're going to take about 5 minutes out, get that squared away. Just to let you racers know. It is 11:20. So we're going to run our test and tune till about 12:30. Then we're going to take a little bit of a lunch break, do a little address of the starting line, a bigger address of the starting line before we start our competition portion of the muscle car and motorcycle shootout. Basically, this is how it's going to go for our breakdown in what classes you want to be in. We're going to have three classes of cars, one for motorcycles. So all motorcycles run together. We'll put that aside. For cars, we're going to have three classes. We're going to have an advanced class, we call it, and that's basically going to be cars with transmission brakes or tranny brakes. Or if you want to be in the advanced class, you can run the advanced class and foot brake. But we're going to have a separate foot brake class. And that's just what it sounds like. No tranny brakes allowed in the foot brake class. Put 1 foot on the brake, 1 foot on the gas, and when the light turns green, you mash the gas and away you go. And then for those who are not very confident, not very practiced in the art of bracket racing, we have what we call a novice class. And you guys and gals have been very good at policing yourselves. You know if you should be in the advanced. Obviously, you know if you should be in the foot brake. But more importantly, you know if you should be in the novice class. If you have a lot of experience, you shouldn't be in the novice class. You should be in one of the other two, where the more experienced racers are. The novice class is for entry-level bracket racers that aren't quite confident and don't quite understand how dial-ins work and staging process and all that stuff. It gives you a little bit of a break to be on a equal footing with other novice racers. And you will have your own separate bracket, a way to get your feet wet in bracket racing without going up against experienced racers. That's the best way to put it. Like I say, it gives you a chance to race people of like ability and get a taste for bracket racing. All right, we've got the starting line redressed. We're ready to go. So if you're not in your car, get in your car. Drivers, stay with your cars, get in your car. We're bringing you out. We've got a pair of bikes to run, and we're back into our test and tune. So we'll get you guys loaded up, helmets on, belts on. We'll keep running cars through until 12:30. Nate Bramer back again, right side. Making a good pass in the right lane, goes 6th thou red, 8:25, 159 miles an hour on 2 wheels, no roll bar. Wow. Wow, 8:25, that is fast. This is Austin Juneman, his 84 Dodge D100. Austin out of Rudolph, Wisconsin. 12:21. Jeff Serene is back, not on a snowmobile this time, but on his motorcycle, left side. Suzuki GSXR. Stan Sleever out of Grand Marsh, Wisconsin. Right side, that 10 Harley. Lifts the front tire as he shifts into second gear. On down he goes. Jeff Serene, 928. Sleever, 1059. 59, going quicker and quicker. Getting used to the bike and used to the track. Kind of all over the track, running down the center line most of the way. Soren Svedvik. Right side in that Trans Am. Sue Rudd over here, right side, 68 Nova. Sue getting there first, 1273. Soren goes through, 1326. Another pair of motorcycles, Joe Robbins, left side. 08 Suzuki. Rob Juarez, right side. Again, that's a 2019 Indian. Juarez stands it up in first gear. Gets it back under control. 890 at 151 for Joe Robbins. Holy cow, there are some super fast motorcycles. Juarez goes through at a 1067. Corey Wamoff now, right side, in that 70 El Camino, I'm going to say. Yeah, 70 El Camino. M&M Masonry Concrete out of Mazeppa, Minnesota, sponsoring Corey's high. Jarrett Joneman at 72 D100. Left lane. Whamoff going to get there first in the El Camino. 1160, 113. 1346 at 106 for Joneman. Craig Zoller, right side, is 07 Harley. We're still working on a name for the left side Harley. Dave Adams back up here and for another hit, right side. Dave Rudd, left side, that 69 Camaro. 72 Dave Adams hits the tree this time. 010 goes through 1122, 120 miles an hour. Leaking a bunch of water out. Overheated. Hopefully it's water. It looks like antifreeze. We'll turn loose. Dwayne Evanson will push Bill Freeman off. Let's get some mop-up stuff going right away. We got some pig mat. Get some of that out there. Something. We don't want to wreck the mops by getting them all mucked up. It is antifreeze, but hopefully we'll get it quick enough. And it was in the middle. It's not in the tire grooves. And we had a little overheating problem. Water pump belt came off. We might know who that belt belongs to now. We'll see. We'll get this cleaned up. This shouldn't take too long. And being as it wasn't in the groove, it was in the middle. Shouldn't affect a whole lot. But bad news for Bill Freeman. Hopefully, if it was something simple, get that fixed, get him back on the road, back on the track. I don't know if Bill's got any crew out here, but if you got any crew or you're associated with Bill Freeman, you might want to come on up to the starting line, help him get that car back to the pits where you can put a repair on it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Shut him off. There you go. Let's pay attention to what's going on, drivers. I know we're all anxious. We want to go down the track. We want to go as fast as possible. But when we have a spill like that, we got to do a little cleanup. That's all there is to it. Wow, they're dropping like flies out there. Holy cow. So like I say, we're burning off the antifreeze that's on there. If it was just water, it would be no big deal, but the antifreeze causes a problem. So we got to do a little bit more aggressive cleanup. We'll get these cars pushed out of the way, pulled out of the way. If anybody wants to volunteer, I don't blame you if you don't want to push. But we'll get them out of the road and off to the pits. So hopefully they can get some repairs done. All right, so we're getting the dead ones pulled out of the way. We'll be back to testing action here shortly while we're burning off this antifreeze. We'll have to do a little redress. It's going to be a few minutes. And usually the last step in the cleanup is putting a little spray down. You see Starter Mark getting that done right now. So we'll be back to testing action here directly. Off we go. Mark Dolan, left side, 03 Dodge Ram 1500. No name on the convertible Mustang. A couple of Chevrolets coming at us right now. 70 Camaro SS, left side. That's Grant. I want to say Dudinsky. It shows up as Dude Whiskey. 70 Chanel, right side. Both drivers, 146, 60 foots. side by side all the way down the track. That's a fun one. 997 for both drivers. Wow, that is fantastic. Both of them went 134. Camaro went red. Chevelle was green. Wow, fun race. Rob Juarez, left side. Right side is Brandon Roman. Brandon's out of Jordan, Minnesota. Thanks for traveling out here to join us. Matt Walsh, left side, 78 Caprice. Thomas Good, 16 Challenger out of Becker, Minnesota. Walsh out of Elk River in that Caprice. Challenger eking out ahead, although he was red. 1107, a little more power in the Challenger, 124 miles an hour. Walsh goes 1156 at 114. Nels Torgerson now. Taking a single. At 18 at 118. Brian Zielinski, 23 Challenger left side. Mustang right side. Bringing along a passenger, got their phone, taking video, off they go. $14.73 for the Mustang, $14.41 for the Challenger. Jeff Peterson, right side out of Moldova in that bright orange. I don't think that's Jeff Peterson. Eventually doubled up on numbers, and I'm pretty sure that was one of them. That was not an 80 Trans Am going down the track. Beautiful, bright orange Nova. 1452.91 miles an hour. Springs, Wisconsin. No name left side. Sadly. We'll get them all entered. Dennis Rao in that gorgeous 69 Torino left side. 56 Chevelle right side. Misbehaving. In the 56 all the way down the track. Torino having trouble coasting down the side. See if he can get off the track or not. Misbehaving goes 1081, 123 miles an hour. Don't know if Rao broke. Looks like he's under power. It's going slow. once we know he's going to get to the turnoff, we'll turn the next pair loose, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer. I don't see any fluid on the track, so whatever his issue is, hopefully it's easily fixable. He missed the first turnoff. Going to go all the way to the end. And he's going to make it. We'll just send the next pair down. By the time they get there, he'll be gone. Gene Kieski now. Left side. Joe Nelson, right side. Super aggressive Chevelle. Guessing there's some extra kind of power adder going on here. Either turboed or pro-charged, one of the two. Probably turboed. Gets out of the hole decent in the Chevelle this time. 919, 149. 1134, 116 for Kieski. As we continue with testing, just want to let everybody know we are going to put a hard shutdown on the staging lanes at 12:30, 12:25, 12:30, somewhere's in there. We're going to put a hard shutdown. We're going to run out the remainder of the cars in the staging lanes, and then we'll take that lunch break we're talking about. We're going to break for everybody before we start our competition. So keep that in mind. It is 12 noon right now, I think. Let's take a look at the old clock on the wall. 2 minutes after 12, so let's just say in 25 minutes we're going to shut down the staging lanes, run out the remaining cars. We're going to address the starting line one more time, and then we're going to get into the competition aspect of muscle car and motorcycle shootout. Last of the season. Final muscle car and motorcycle shootout of the 2024 season. We're so happy you're here and you are blessed with good weather. Hey, if it's 12:02, that means there's a kickoff going on. See if the Vikings have scored yet. You're all interested in that. I don't know why my phone makes this so difficult. I know they're playing, but I have no updates right now, so I will update you as best you can, and some of you probably have better updating equipment than I have. My phone went dead last night watching the 500 Grander in Bristol, Tennessee, and I haven't quite got everything up to snuff yet. Nice acquaintance, Jack Ostrowski, winning 500 grand, runner-up Jake Clayton, another nice young man in a dragster. He doesn't normally run. Jake is a door car kid. I think he's out of either Chattanooga, Tennessee or Kentucky. Runnered up in the 500 Grander. Again, Jack Ostrowski wins $500,000 bracket racing. That's what you're going to be doing today. Not for 500 grand though. Just for a trophy. Shout out to all those racers who hung around for that race in Bristol through this hurricane that hit the eastern side of the country, tore up Georgia very badly, tore up Tennessee, tore up North Carolina, South Carolina. Just bad news out there. According to my phone, we're still waiting for a kickoff, but I know that they usually start quicker than that. So I'll keep you updated on the border battle as we go here. But more importantly, again, at about 12:25, 12:30, somewhere in there, we're gonna put a hard close on the staging lanes for all cars and bikes. We'll run out the remaining cars and bikes. Take a little bit of a break, and then we're shooting for a 1 o'clock start for our competition. Competition will be bracket style racing. We'll have 3 classes for the cars: novice class, intermediate, which is the same as foot brake, which means no tranny brakes. Foot brake is specifically, as they say down south, swapping feet. I hate that term. We all do that driving our cars every day. Some people don't drive with 2 feet, I guess, but some people do. And then we'll have an advanced class. All those cars with transmission brakes will be in the advanced bracket class. Then we'll have 1 class for all motorcycles. Motorcycles will run, and then we will have a consolation race after about 2 rounds of competition or so, maybe 3. we'll bring people back for a consolation race. If you don't want to race, we'll try and keep our test and tunes running, but for the first hour or so during that 1 o'clock hour, we hope you choose to compete and at least run round one. And then if we have room for lanes to open up, we'll let you continue to test and tune until we end the program. I think at 5 p.m. tonight, or when we're done with competition, whichever comes first or last. So just want to keep y'all informed what's going on. It is lunch hour. So hop on over to the Pit Stop Grill. Get yourself something good to eat. You want to keep yourself fueled up. Stay fueled up just like your car for racing action. Oh, I fiddled around with my phone some more, and guess what? Vikings 6, Packers 0. 12 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Dave Adams going on down the track. Kelly Cope left side. Dave Adams right side. Kelly Cope goes red. Dave Adams pulling on him on the big end. 11:15, 121 miles an hour for Dave. If you haven't figured it out now, Dave's a good buddy of mine. Got some friends out here. Shout out to Mark. Shout out to Scott. Glad you guys made it out here. I expect nothing less of a day like today. Every chance you get. Vikings kick the extra point, and it is 7-0 Vikings. Wow, that didn't take long. Just remember, in case you are football fans, Alabama was ahead of Georgia last night, 28-7. And if it wasn't for a late game interception, they were in danger. Just because the Vikings are ahead doesn't mean anything. They're going to win. Kurt Whamoff, left side, going on down the track. 11:31. 1:17. So for the cars just going down the track now, if you want to make one more pass, chances are you should just kind of really turn it around and get it into the staging lanes. We will be closing the staging lanes in about 15 minutes. We're going to put a hard close on the staging lanes in 15 minutes. Not in the staging lanes. Won't get that last pass you wanted. If you're in the staging lanes, we're going to run you out. close the staging lanes down, we'll run out the remainder of the cars in the staging lanes before we start today's competition portion. beautiful wheel stand in the left lane. 988, 134 for that 70 Chevelle. No name on file yet. Hope we get one. Wow. Gorgeous launch. Beautiful pass. So I'm going to make a last call. Final call to staging. Anybody that wants to make one last pass, final call. This is the final call to staging. We're going to shut staging lanes down in about 5 minutes. So if you want to make one more pass, you should be buttoning everything up and making your way up to the staging lanes to get your final test and tune pass in before we start today's competition. So if you're in the pits, consider this your final call to the staging lanes. Final call to the staging lanes to make one last pass. Before we start our competition, that's not your last pass of the day. You're all going to run first round of something. So final call to staging. If you want to make one more test pass, if you've had enough, that's fine. You can kick back for a little bit while we run our cars through. Clear out the staging lanes, we'll open them up, get ready to call our bracket classes for the competition portion of the day here at Rock Falls Raceway. Driving on their way in for a score, but I don't know, they got backed up with penalties or something. But I expect nothing less, as these border battles usually are not one-sided. Wait, I was wrong. Must have been a turnover. Vikings got the ball back. Packers were getting down there in the area to score. Vikings got the ball back. 1st and 10 on their own 27-yard line. So something happened. The Packers were certainly within field goal range. I don't have a TV. I'm just reading off a goofy screen. Gives me the scores. But I'm going to guess there was a turnover that happened since the Packers didn't even kick a field goal. Or maybe they missed a field goal. Oh, thank you. I just got an update. Packers missed a field goal. Oh, that's just heartbreaking. It really is. Don't worry. Vikings will cough it up. They usually do. So really, this is a final call to the staging lanes. Final call. If you want to make one last pass, you still have time to get in the lanes. Close them down for a few minutes. And then we'll take some time to do some starting line preparation in anticipation of round one competition here. There is room in the lanes. I mean, we can fill the lanes up. We'll still run them out. So if you guys want to make a pass, I'm not telling you not to come up. I'm telling you, if you want to come up, come on up for your last test and tune pass of the day. Once you're in the lanes, we're going to run you through. We just want to get everybody up and in the lanes for their final time trial before we close the lanes and then run everybody through. So you're more than welcome to make one last time trial. We just can't run time trials all day. Part of the program is competition. That's what we're going to do starting at 1 p.m. Uh-oh, he's in trouble in the Nova. They blew the boost hose off the carburetor, so he won't be able to make a pass. Hopefully he can back it up and get it off the track because somebody forgot to tighten the clamp on the boost hose on the Nova in the right lane, and he's not going to be able to make a pass. Camaro in the left lane is going to be okay, but that Chevy 2 in the right lane, that's not gonna happen. Blew the boost hose off. We'll send the Camaro down as a single. That's unfortunate. That Chevy 2, they know what they're doing. They laid down a 759 at 186 earlier. I was looking forward to that Chevy 2 making another awesome hit. Fastest car here on the property today. That's unfortunate. So once again, final call to staging, and this, I mean it. This is the final call. Staging lanes will be open for 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. If you want to make one more pass, I suggest you come on up to staging. 2 minutes, we'll close the staging lanes. We'll run out the remaining cars. That won't take long. We don't have a ton of them up here. We're going to take that break I was telling you about. Get yourself something to eat, something to drink, while we tend to the racing track, and then we'll actually start loading the lanes for our competition portion of the day. We'll continue on. Holy cow, more bad news for you Packer fans. First and goal from the Packers 3-yard line for the Vikings right now. Looks like the Vikings are going to go in for another score here in the first quarter. Wow. So you got one last chance to get up to the staging lanes if you want to make one last pass. Otherwise, I'm closing them down post haste right now. Running out the remaining cars. Like I say, we'll take that break. A little track prep. Get a burger. Get some fries. Chicken tenders. I got it all. Concession stand. Get yourself something to drink. Stay hydrated. It's hot out there. Not typical late September 30th weather. Holy cow. Not typical at all. But it's a beautiful day for racing. Scott Miller got that boost hose or boost pipe back on there. Completed the burnout, stayed on. So interested to see what happens. Tons of power. A little crooked on the lineup. That's not going to help. And it's already gone 759 at 186 miles an hour. So if this thing stays hooked up, it will fly. Has trouble getting out of the hole. Puts the boots to it in the middle part of the track and then lifts and coasts through 877, 132 miles an hour. Jeff Serene on his Suzuki. Making another test hit. We're getting down in cars, so once we get these cars run through, staging lanes are now closed. If you want to make another pass, it's going to be competition. Look at that. Vikings score again. 13-0 Vikings right now. They'll kick the extra point. It'll be 14-0. 1 minute, 37 seconds left in the first quarter. Nice wheel stand out of the Cougar right there. Boy, that car is set up proper. Cougar Eliminator, 351Q. Probably more than that. 10:01, 132. Solid pass. Solid. Dave Adams back, left side, another pass. That's what happens when you know the announcer. You get your name announced every time. Coon Rapids, Minnesota. Former Fridley High School graduate. Fridley Tigers, Raw. Gets it in, tree comes down, let's go. Off he goes and hits a tan light on the tree, as we say. $11.15, getting that car dialed in, 121. Shout out to Paul Kelly being here on the ground. Shout out to Mark Havorka. Shout out to Scott Kelly. Garage Guys Racing on site at Rock Falls Raceway today. Hey, is that your car, man? That's cool. So once again, staging lanes are closed. We'll run out the remainder of what's left. We got about 8 pair to go. Vikings did get the extra point. It is 14-0. They'll kick off to the Packers. Packers, not a good start. I don't know if Jordan Love is playing, but Probably doesn't matter. Vikings are on a roll. I don't know what's going on. We got one more car back here in the staging lanes. We're trying to get one last pass. We will we'll do our starting line prep, and then we will into the competition portion of the day. Again, 3 classes of bracket racing for cars: advanced, intermediate, and novice. Bikes, you will all be in one class, and I'll be calling you up here, I don't know, 15 minutes or so, we'll say. We'll get this car run down the track. Mr. Wamoff having some trouble. We're doing everything we can to get him down the track on his last pass. Then, like I say, we'll do the starting line preparation, and I'll start calling cars to the lanes for today's. No laughing at me, you guys down there in the starting line. I am out of breath, but we found a wallet in the men's room. It is in registration. So if you're missing your wallet and you had it when you went to the men's room, but you don't have it now, it is in registration. So you can claim that there. Otherwise, we're getting close to starting our competition portion of the day. Again, we have 3 classes. For cars, advanced, anybody with a transmission brake, you will be in the advanced class. I'm going to put you in lanes 1 and 2. If you're in the foot brake class, I'll put you in 3 and 4. Novice class, 5 and 6. Bikes, I'll put you in 7. And anybody who wants to not compete, just continue testing and tuning, I'll put you in lane 8. We'll work you in as things go. We're planning on doing a consolation race. We'll figure out that and make the announcement for that later once we have a few rounds under our belt of our regular competition. So those are the classes. That's how things will be run. Once we start running, there are no buybacks, nothing like that. It's just competition as it was meant to be. 2 cars go down, 1 car comes back. I'm not calling you to the lanes now. I will make the official call in a few minutes. We're doing our starting line preparation, so you have time, if the line isn't too long, to head up to the concession stand. Or if the grill is hot, you got time to flip another burger on there. I was downstairs talking, trying to get the microphone to work down there so I wouldn't have to run so hard. Holy cow, the Vikes have scored again. Boy, this is a tough day to be a Packer fan. 21-0 Vikings. 9 minutes, 45 seconds left in the second quarter. Packers have the ball. 1st and 10 on the Minnesota 23, so maybe the Packers will score. I would certainly hope so. They're in field goal range. Second and 8 at the Minnesota 21. So I'll try and keep giving you updates. Once racing starts, I get very distracted because I like watching cars go down the track and I like telling you what they're doing. Bracket racing can be very complicated, but to break it down, bracket racing is a way of handicapping the cars. So fast cars, slow cars all have an equal chance of winning. Slow cars will go first. Fast cars will chase them down. They will choose what we call a dial-in. That is an elapsed time that they think the car will run. That's why we run these test runs beforehand. They try to run as close to that dial-in as possible without going under. And you also want to get to the finish line first. To do that consistently, you need to have a good reaction time. A perfect reaction time is trip 0. That's what you'll hear me say if someone does that. 00 anything is great. On up to, say, even 20-30 lights are pretty good. 020, 030. But if you get that starting line advantage, you kind of can run the race. You have control of the race, as we say. But if you go under your dial-in, that's called a breakout. If one car goes under, one car goes over, the car that goes under is a loser. Of course, if you jump the starting line, you'll see the red light come on the bottom of the Christmas tree. And that is the worst kind of foul you can commit, other than crossing the center line. So if you leave too early, you can lose. If you break out, you can lose. If you come in second at the finish line and don't go red and don't break out, you'll lose. That means the guy that got there first didn't break out and will advance. You'll see the big W's come on. There'll be true win lights on the side of the scoreboard. You see the little squares sticking out to the inside of the Fast Freddy's board. Inside on both boards, O'Reilly's end. Those little squares pointing towards the track. W comes on. That's a true win light, we call, when we're bracket racing. So you'll be able to keep track. Otherwise, you can listen to me ramble on and on about each individual race, telling you what happened and why, and who's moving on and who's not. But you picked a great day to come to the racetrack. Again, we're blessed with weather. I think this is one of our first and maybe only 3-day event that has not had some type of rain affect how we run the race. Last week we were supposed to have no rain. We got dumped on big time on Saturday. But we were able to get the Fallout event in. This is our final muscle car race of the 2024 season, muscle car and bike shootout. Next week, we have Customer Appreciation Week. We'll have a test day on Friday. Track will go hot at noon until 6 p.m. Moving things up a little bit because we run out of sunlight now. Keep an eye on Facebook for the posts for that. That'll give you exact times, let you know when that is. Then it's Customer Appreciation Weekend next weekend. We have 2 days of customer appreciation. Friday night, we're having a potluck dinner here. Rock Falls is supplying the main dish. Otherwise, a lot of racers are bringing side dishes and desserts and all kinds of things. We're just going to have some fellowship, just have some fun. Been a long season for all of us. We're going to celebrate. That'll go down Friday night. On Saturday night, we are going to have a candy grab for the kids, basically, trick-or-treating at all the trailers. Decorate your trailer up for Halloween. Have some fun. We're also having a pit vehicle race Saturday. I don't know if it's specifically golf carts or if it's golf carts and scooters. Again, keep an eye on Facebook. There might be more details in that to come later. But there will be a pit vehicle race on Saturday night. Along with that candy grab, bring your kids out, do some trick-or-treating right here at the racetrack. And I know some of the trailers will have treats for the adults also. So keep that in mind. Following weekend after that, we will have a test day on Saturday. I think October 12th, something like that. But a test day will be on Saturday, and that will wrap up the season for most everybody. I think there's an employees appreciation day on Sunday. And that will put a complete wrap on the 2024 season here at Rock Falls Raceway. So we still have a good part of the day to enjoy. And it'll be just a few minutes, and I'll start calling cars to the lanes for round one. All right, I just got word. I saw them doing the final spray on the track. I knew we were getting close, and staff is ready. So come right on, everybody. Advanced class, that's tranny brake, all tranny brake cars. Unless you're just going to run foot brake. You can't run a tranny brake in the foot brake class, but you can foot brake a tranny brake. If you know what I'm saying and you follow that, put your car where you need to be. Advanced class, staging lanes 1 and 2 if you're running a tranny brake. Foot brake only class, staging lanes 3 and 4. Novice class, and we trust you're on your honor that you are a true novice, lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles will take you to lane 7. And if you don't want to compete, we will continue to do test and tune. You can come up in lane 8, but there will be significant wait time as we're going to run from lanes 1 to 8 in that order. So we'll run advanced class first, foot brake second, novice third, motorcycles fourth, then we'll get to test and tune cars in lane 8. And we'll keep that cycle going till we get some lanes cleared out, get some classes finished. And then I know we're going to try and run a consolation race as long as time permits. So come right on, racers. Come right on. Advanced class, staging lanes 1 and 2. Foot brake class 3 and 4. Novice class 5 and 6. Put a dial in on the side of the car that we can read, and let's go racing. I don't see anybody moving very fast, but here's some incentive. Russ Brown is the first one up in foot brake class, and guess what? Russ Brown will be the wait and see buy car. He'll be the wait and see buy car for foot brake class. You see a trend coming here? Yeah, I know you do. So first car up in each class is going to be, or first bike, is going to be the wait and see buy car. We already have that established in foot brake class. Russ Brown going to do it in that 383 CUDA. Man, that's a cool car for me to see. I like it. Big Mopar fan, y'all know that. And I'm sorry, I don't know the name, but it looks like our first car coming up here in advanced class, 60, I want to say 65. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. 65 Shelby GT350. We'll get a name on that car, but you're going to be the wait and see buy car, round 1. And in the novice class, I don't know, this car's been down the track a few times, unless it's got a new driver in it. Might want to make sure about this one, Kirby. If they got a new driver, I'm fine with that. All right. Very good. They're going to be the wait and see buy car in the gasser novice class. Same goes for bikes. Who's ever the first bike up here, you're going to be the wait and see buy. We've got 3 of 4 established on our wait and see buys. But a reminder, if you're testing and tuning, we're going to put you in lane 8, but like I say, you're going to be waiting quite a while we get through the first round of everything before we will take you and send you down on your test and tune runs. The priority now shifts to our bracket classes. And if you're not going to be in a bracket class, and you're welcome to be in one, I don't care what you have here, you're welcome to be in a bracket class and run whatever you got. Once you're eliminated, it's going to be a couple rounds before we get back into our consolation race. You're certainly welcome to test and tune. It's just going to be a long wait, and we only have one lane open. So just keep that in mind, however you want your day to unfold. Again, novice class, novice racers, 5 and 6, foot brake racers, 3 and 4. Nobody's coming up in lane 3. Nobody wants to race. Well, you're not going to race Russ Brown. Russ Brown's going to be the wait and see buy. So lane 3 is open. I don't know. It's not an unbalanced track. Left lane is as good as the right lane, and vice versa. But for some reason, nobody wants to come to the head of lane 3, which is fine. We can run you all single file. Just half of you won't get the lane you're pulling up in for lane choice. So once again, novice 5 and 6. That is for our novice bracket racers, people who are very uncomfortable with the whole concept of bracket racing. I know it can be complicated, but to try and take some of that intimidation out and try and get people who haven't done it very much or at all, that's why we have this novice class. It's just entry level. We know it can be very tough, and who wants to race people who are experienced at this when you're a novice? Nobody. Nobody likes to get their you-know-what handed to them just because they're inexperienced. We want everybody to have fun. That's what this is about. Transmission brakes, that's kind of an advanced piece. People who have those have done this before. And the foot brake class just separates that from the tranny brake. Foot brake class is a fun class to run simply because you don't need a tranny brake. It's a little bit cheaper. Tranny brake valve bodies that go in the transmission, they can cost anywhere between $400 and probably $1,100. So just an added expense. If you don't want to have it, you don't need it, you can drive it like it was made from the factory. And what we call foot braking. Also, I will let you drivers know if you win this round of competition, we're going to run these races in kind of a round-robin fashion. So if you win, you'll be back in the same lanes you are in right now. And we ask that you come back. I will make a call. We do have car counts. We won't try and run without you. But we do have a lot of cars here. We have a lot of rounds of competition that we're going to be running through. And that takes time. So we don't want to spend all the time waiting for you in the pits. We're asking you to come back to the staging lanes now if you win for all classes. Again, we'll do our best to keep track of how many cars are in each class, but we probably won't know individuals, so we can't call you by name. We'll just call you by class. So if you win, if you could return to the lanes you came from in a timely fashion for the next round, we would appreciate that very much, and it'll make things go smooth. And we'll crown some champions here in a few hours. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Packers were in field goal range. They didn't get a field goal. Vikings just scored another touchdown. 28-0. Harkens back to the 98 season when we had Randy Moss catching touchdowns everywhere. And all the Vikings could do was score tons of points. Still, 5 minutes remain in the second quarter. 28-0 Vikings. Wow. Shout out to Bob, hopefully watching at home. I don't think he's here. Bob with a derogatory comment about the Packers. We don't need that. We're happy the Vikings win, and we'll just leave it at that. Wow. Going to have to be quite a comeback for the Packers to get back in this one. 28-0 Vikings. Did I say that already? Yeah. Still 5 minutes remaining in the first half. Wow. So we want everybody to get in the lanes for this first round. I know the nerves are building. Got a fair amount of novices. I like that. I hate to tell you this, novices. If you win first round, it kind of hooks you for life. And you'll want to come out here all the time and do some more bracket racing. That's how it started for me many, many years ago. We're getting our lanes loaded up. Once we get everybody loaded up, we're actually going to move up our advanced. We'll move you guys up into hot stage once we get everybody situated. We have our national anthems we're going to go through, and then we are going to start round one competition. So bear with us as we get everything straightened out. I hope I've been clear enough. If you win, come back to the lanes you're in. I know you got to stop and maybe get some fuel and a bottle of water to keep things going, but you can come back in a timely fashion. We can keep this rolling. We got a lot of cars. It looks like we're going to hold off on that consolation race for quite a while. But we'll get through a bunch of competition rounds, and then you don't have to go home because we're going to have a consolation race. If you lose first round, don't worry. We'll have a consolation race, and that'll be a combined race for everybody. We'll call it a combo deal. It'll be a last chance deal. Same premise as all the bracket racing we're doing, but we'll just run one group for all classes in that consolation race. Okay, it looks like we've got most all of our cars who are going to compete today in the staging lanes. At this time, I draw your attention to our flagpole. And we are going to do a Canadian anthem followed by our national anthem. And now, if you are able, please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem. Go racing here, Rock Falls Raceway, muscle car shootout, motorcycle shootout, final of the year 2024. We're coming out with advanced class bracket racing coming your way right now. What a gorgeous, gorgeous day. I want to thank all of you for being here. Usually I say welcome, racers, race fans, friends and family, so let me get that out. Welcome, racers and race fans, friends and family. Welcome to Rock Falls Raceway. We are getting our competition part of the day started, and we couldn't have a better day to do that in. Again, advanced racers, lanes 1 and 2. Intermediate / foot brake racers, 3 and 4. Novice class, 5 and 6. Bikes, lane 7. Thank you for all coming to the lanes. Those guys straggling in the back, if somebody could help them choose their class. I think that Maverick should be in advanced 1 and 2. Foot brake include. I mean, if you got a third pedal in your car, you can run the foot brake class. I should make that clear. Sorry about that for not making that clear earlier. If you got 3 pedals in your car, you qualify for foot brake. We're coming at you now. Round one, first pair. Al Reinke, left side in a super fast 72 Camaro, turbochargers under the hood. 850 the dial in. Tiffany Badur, a regular out here in King of the Hill and has raced out at Rock Falls for quite a while. Dials 1132 in the right lane. Going to get not quite a 3-second head start. Going to be about 200 feet down the track before Al is supposed to leave. But Al goes red and has a pretty good lap going. 8:04 at 177. Breaks it out, leaves before the tree comes down. Wow, Tiffany Badur getting the job done. Goes green and doesn't break out, and that's all she had to do. On the tree, Kevin Post, 23 green on the 1031 dial. Kevin Post in control, races out here again regularly. Goes 1035, gets there, taking 57 thou at the stripe, moving on. Dave Adams, gonna wait for the consolation race now. Dan Grawl, left side, 1061 in the Barracuda. Dan Crownhart, 980 in the Chevy 2. Dan is going to be our future policeman on the return road. Put him in charge of that next year. Dan Crownhart is in trouble. I told you, a perfect reaction time is trip zip. That's just what Dan Grawl did. Trip zip and 15 thou over, 15 total package. Going to get you a win most every round. Dan Crownhart had no chance of winning, went 79 on the tree, also 15 thou over. Ends up 79 thou behind at the finish line. That is over a car length. Wow, great pass by Dan Grawl. Joe Nelson, 69 Chevelle, left side. Joe Badur in the 85 Monte Carlo, could be 84. Right side, dial 1391. Off goes Joe. Off goes Joe. Joe Nelson, 22 red, hands the win over to Joe Badur. Badur, pretty good, 24 on the tree. Let's see what he does on that 1391. He breaks it out by 19 thou. But by virtue of the red light, Joe Nelson loses first. Joe Badur moving on to round two, even though he broke out. Sadly, no names on these two cars here. A couple of good-looking cars. 55 Chev, right lane, 1003 the dial. 10 flat the dial for the Chevelle in the left lane, and looking at that car, it can go way faster than a 10 flat. Side by side down the track they go. Double 03 light for the Chevelle, and he goes dead on with an 8. 11 total. 11 total. 55 Chev was locked out, could not win that one. 39 green, there's no way they could win. They broke it out, got there first by 6 thou, but broke it out by 34 thou. Wow. Coming up now, Scott Miller, fastest car in the property, has gone 759. What's he got dialed? 8 flat. If he hooks up and goes, he's going to break out no matter what. I don't think he's going to lift. Dave Bowl, right side, 1017 the dial in his Monza. Both cars are in. Off goes Dave. Off goes Scott. Oh, nice lead by Scott. Putting the power to it now. He's going to catch it as long as he doesn't break out. Oh, and he goes 6 thou under on the dial in. Really tardy on the reaction time, but he was trying to limp it out of the hole. 182 miles an hour, going 779. I guess he broke it out by way more than 6 thou. Wow. Breaks it out by 2/10. Bowl moving on. Next pair, Kerry Gold, left side. Cutlass Spring, John Dunbar, right side. 69 Chevelle, Dunbar with a great big wheelie. got some work to do. 400ths behind in reaction time, but he gets the job done as Kerry Gold gets there, takes 53, breaks it out by 5 thou, needed to take 48 or less. Just a little blip on the throttle and he would have been golden and moving on to round 2. John Dunbar moving on, goes dead on with a 6, but was 103, a little bit tardy on the tree. Neither name on file for these two cars. Maverick left side, Malibu right side. Malibu with the better reaction time and the win, as the Maverick had to break it out to make it look close. Another pair of cars I don't have names for. That is too bad. That Cougar Eliminator is doing great big wheelies, gets the job done. Has the better reaction time, runs way over the dial, still gets there by almost a full second as the Camaro has trouble getting down the track. Here is our buy car. Wait and see buy. Turned out to be an odd number of cars, so this Shelby GT350 going to advance 1165 on the dial. Lets it go, moving on to round 2. Goes 1166 on that 1165 dial. We are now moving into our foot brake or intermediate class. Alex Schultz, left side. 1162 dial. Mike Sipper. It was Sepper yesterday. I'm going to go with that. In the 23 Camaro, in the right lane, dials up a 912. 2.5 second head start going to Alex Schultz in that left lane. Schultz, regular racer out here in Street Eliminator. Reaction time advantage. You see the chute come out and the wind light come on. 29 green, runs 700ths over, gets there by 800ths at 150 miles an hour. Schultz ran dead on with a 3, but really tardy on the tree. 187 green, over a 10th off where he should be on the reaction time. Sepper moving on. Samantha Schultz now, left side in the 09 G8. Buck Smith leaving first in his 03 Mustang, taking the win. As Samantha goes 28 red, Buck Smith 128 green, but that's good enough for the win. Buck Smith moving on. Next pair, John Koobs in that 66 Mustang, left side. Jeff Jamagala, 1170 in the Grand National, right lane. Jeff Jamagala moving on out of Cottage Grove as Koobs goes 31 red. Grand National, 79 green. 10th off the dial, but moving on. Kelly Cope, left side. 70 Nova, dials 1150, going to get a head start from the 442 Cutlass. Right lane, got that fixed up. Cutlass getting the head start. Cutlass has a better reaction time, and on that 1280 goes 1295, opens the door for Kelly Cope to regulate the finish line. Kelly takes 12 thou at the finish line at 89 miles an hour, slowing down, backing into their opponent. Kelly Cope moving on. James Perrin, 66 Charger, 440 power. Left side, 1199. 1166 Le Mans. Right side. Reaction time advantage going to the Mopar. Finish line advantage going to Kieski in the Pontiac. 11:54 on that 11:50 dial, taking a 10th as a Charger could not run the number. This is our foot brake class. Thomas Good, left side. Todd Thomas. Good goes red. Thomas, 39 green on the 1261 dial. Breaks it out. It doesn't matter. The red light is the worst offense. Todd Thomas moving on in the 70 dart. Brandon Swanson, 1316 the dial in the S10 Blazer. Carl Wamoff, 1155 the dial, right side, in that 55 Chev. Carl been racing out here for years and years and years, decades, we'll say. Off they go. Wamoff in advance. You know, he's very tardy on the tree. As Swanson went 82 red, hands the win over, as we say. Runs a couple hundredths over in the left lane and runs 5 hundredths over in the right lane. Alex Nelson, 69 Chevelle. Left side, dial 1250, 1150 the dial for the Hellcat Challenger, right side. Big reaction time advantage going to the car with the brake lights on, taking the win, 11:51 on the 11:50, going only 102 miles an hour. Hellcat Challenger moving on. Kurt Wamoff now left side, 11:31. Randy Belinsky, 12:10 in the Pontiac, right lane. Wamoff with the reaction time advantage turns it into a win, 80 green, and runs a couple tenths over, gets a tenth behind, but Belinsky breaks it out by 5 hundredths. Oh, that's a tough loss to take there for Belinsky. Don Giesky in the 70 Cuda, dials up on 1190, right side, no name on the dart. Swinger in the left lane. Swinger having trouble getting going. Spins him hard off the line and goes red at the same time. Wow, that's a tough loss. Giesky moving on. Breaks it out by a bunch. Doesn't matter. Red light's worse than a breakout. 70 Cuda moving on. That's a beautiful car. Clayton Kells now, left side in the 76 D100. Chevy S10 right side, no name, but we're working on that. S10 goes red. Foot braking it too hard, pushes himself through the beams to go red. Clayton Kells moving on. Left side, 1156 the dial, Steve Romners, 1144 the dial, right side. We are still in our foot brake class. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage going to Walsh. He doesn't break out, he's going to win. He doesn't, and he does. 019 light to Steve Romner's 107 light. That sets up a big advantage, even though he got 3 hundredths behind. Romners, to make it look that good, had to run 400ths under. Camaro. Russ Brown, I believe it's Russ Brown. We need you for, you're the buy car. Car number 3. We got it handled. Next pair up, Larry Plank, left side, 1149. Darren Kells, 1120 in the D179 version. Right side, he's moving on out of Wausau, Wisconsin. 188 green is good enough for the win. On the 1120 goes 1111 as Plank went 125 red. And a 1/10.5 off the dial. Russ Brown going down the track, right side, and that's 70 CUDA. Dial's a 1450, being chased by that GT350. Dial 1165. Russ Brown winning, moving on. 700ths over the dial, taking almost a 1/10.5. And I think that ends our foot brake class. We already have some winners back. I like to see it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for winning and then coming back into the lanes. We'll keep track. We'll sort things out. We'll pull out buy cars for the appropriate classes based on reaction time from this point on. We'll keep you moving. This is our novice class in bracket racing. First car out, left side, Jeff Peterson in the 80 Trans Am, 1343 the dial. Jackson Tomford, 1460 in that 69 Chevelle, right side. Mondovi, Wisconsin, left. Lake City, Minnesota, right. Tomford has a reaction time advantage, turns it into a win, getting there by 2/10. Tomford moving on in that Chevelle. Jeff Peterson, left side in the latest model Corvette. Wow. I'm not a fan. These things look space age, that's for sure, but I'm not a fan. Doesn't look like a Corvette anymore to me. 1343 the dial. Oh, that's Mike Samuelson. I'm sorry, I didn't hit the button on my thing. Mike Samuelson, dial 1150. Steve Flom out of Northfield in the track hawk. Doesn't even sound like a Corvette. And on the double breakout, Steve Flom moving on in the 20 track hawk. Coming up now, Brian Hankins. Going to be in the left lane, dial 1230 in that 66 Galaxy. Tom Jarjekzo. Boy, oh boy. Thanks, Tom, for that last name. I know it's a family name. I'm doing the best I can. The 84 Monte Carlo, dialed 1420 in the right lane. And we're ready to race. Tree comes down, and away they go. And your winner is going to be Brian Hankians in that 66 Galaxy. Had the better reaction time, 1:11, and ran 0.6 over the dial. Still took 0.7, as Jarzecko was late on the tree and could not run the number over a second off the dial. Ben Miller now in the 08 Corvette, left side, chasing down Chuck Rao. Rao in the 65 Comet goes red. Handing the win over to Ben Miller. Miller having trouble getting down the track, but you see the wind light on. He'll be coming back for round two. Round two. Jarrett Joneman, left side, 1320 the dial in the 72 D100 pickup. Dave Rudd, 1304 in the 69 Camaro. Right lane, and Rudd moving out. I don't know if it's a manual tranny, but he went for second gear, and it wasn't there. But, on the other hand, Joneman breaks it out by a ton. And your winner, you're going to see the W come on in a second. Your winner is Dave Rudd in that right lane. Even though he's a mile off the dial, he didn't break it out. He is your winner. Mike Hayes, 12 flat the dial. That's not Mike Hayes. Dial, the 73 El Camino, right side. D100 pickup, on down the track he goes. And he'll take the win. And I'm told this is Brittany Rudd. Brittany Rudd in this right lane, dialed 1450 in that beautiful bright orange Nova. No name on the Polera in the left lane. Dial 12 flat. Off they go. Pair of green lights. One light better than the other, that's for sure. Brittany Rudd going to get there first and take the win. 119 green, 25 thou over, taking 3/10 for the win. Brittany moving on. Brian Conrad in that 73 Challenger, left side, 1198 the dial. Sue Rudd, 1272 the dial in her 68 Nova, right lane. Conrad goes red, Rudd goes green, Rudd moving on. She'll run it through, and on that 1272 dial goes 4 thou under, but by virtue of the red light, moving on. Apologize again, no name left side, 1450 the dial for the Mustang. Michael Bullen, or Bullen, dial 1270 in the 72 Duster with a 4-speed. Oh, misses third gear. See if he can make it up. Oh, misses fourth gear. He's not going to get there. Your winner in the Mustang. Moving on, 1466 on that 1455 dial. Bullen had a good shot at winning, but just couldn't keep the gear shifts clean to pull it off. That is one fancy crushed velour interior in this 69 Torino in the right lane. Dennis Rao dialed 1330. That is such classic 70s. Wow. Speakers in the rear. That's just gorgeous. Doug Bennett, left side, dial 1060 in the Hillcrest Hustler in the left lane. Off goes Rao, off goes Bennett. Bennett is going to catch up very quickly. He regulates the finish line properly. He'll win. He does. Moving on. 17 green. Over a tenth and a half over. Still gets there by half a second or better. Moving on. Rao late on the tree and off a couple tenths on the dial. Brian Zielinski over here, right side, no name, left side. Left side dialed 1350. Zielinski going to get a little bit of a head start, dialed 1410 in that 23 Scat Pack Challenger. Ford Galaxy with the reaction time advantage turns it into a win, big time. 78 green, almost a tenth and a half over, gets there by 3/10. Bruce Larson, left side, his Challenger, 1415 the dial, 1175 the dial for the Chevy pickup, right side. Big reaction time advantage going to the Chevy pickup. Turns it into a win. Running about a half second off the dial, taking a half second. Wayne Evanson now. In the 63 Chevy 2, we call those the gassers, the straight axle in front. We had a ton of these out here last weekend for the Fallout. It was all vintage drag racing, 66 and older vehicles. Evanson goes 1231 on that 1209 dial. Even though Let Go Red taking the win on the bye. As we move into our motorcycle class. Brandon Roman, right side, 1160 the dial. Rob Juarez, 1066 the dial in the left lane. Juarez with a great wheel stand. I should say wheelie, not a big wheel stand. He's in control. Looks like he's out in front, regulating the finish line, and breaks it out 200s. Taking 200s, didn't have much room to work with. He had the worst reaction time of the two. Brandon Roman moving on. 75 green, 26 thou over, gets there by 29 thou for the win. Right side moving on. Nate Bremer, right side, 885 the dial. Harley in the left lane, no name. I'm not sure what was going on, but he didn't have his delay box settings right. He'll take the loss in this round. It was 841 on the 885. Harley in the left lane, 1120 on the 1110 dial was green. Bremer was 3 seconds green. So something went wrong with the timer for his delay box. Couldn't make it up. Craig Zoller now right side in his Harley, 1128 the dial. Left side bike dialed 9 flat. Left side bike goes red, Zoller green. That's all that matters. Zoller breaks it out by 72 thou, but both drivers broke it out. Red light is the determining factor. Right lane moving on. Craig Zoller coming back for round 2. Stan Sleever, 1065 the dial, left side. 1050 the dial in the right lane. I think it says Mills on the jacket. Hopefully that's his jacket. Winner going to be left side. That's Stan Sleever moving on. 98 green and 1084 on that 1065 dial. Gets behind by a tenth. Right side bike had room to sneak it in there, just couldn't do it. Sleever moving on to round 2. Tyler Markthaler, left side 1060 the dial. Jeff Serene 934 the dial, right lane. Tyler with a better reaction time, but doesn't get the win. Both drivers over the dial. Serene gets there by 36 thou for the win. Paul Flynn, the odd lot by winner, coming up, moving on to round 2. Dials 850. Flynn out of Stillwater, Minnesota on the Hayabusa. And it's more than just your standard Hayabusa. Oh! Absolutely no hookup on the let go. And he'll idle it on down. Won't matter. He goes 43 green. That's about the only thing that was decent on that run. And that should end our first round of eliminations. We will make tabulations and come up with bicars for each class for round 2. And we think, look at everybody coming back. You guys are just fantastic. You win, you come back, you want to keep racing. Of course, we all do. For those who didn't win, stand by. We're going to have a consolation race, but we're going to run probably a couple more rounds here before we open up a lane or 2 and have a consolation race. So stand by. Have a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi-Cola. Get a hamburger, French fries, cheese curds, anything. Good stuff going on at the Pit Stop Grill. Be a few minutes. We're going to redress the starting line. And I will make the call for all winners back to the lanes. All winners back to the lanes for round 2 competition. If your time ticket had a win on it and it pointed to your side of the track or your number, you're a winner. You're coming back for round 2. We're missing 2 of our advanced bracket cars to come back. Trying to run through some counts here. Of I think 15 coming back in intermediate. What? Intermediate car, it looks like. Looks like we're waiting on 1. Waiting on 1 novice. Bikes, I think we're waiting on maybe none. We should have 6 bikes, I think. Can't see, there might be a bike height. But all winners we need you back. Waiting on 1 in foot brake, intermediate. I count 15. I'm not sure. It's hard to count from up here. We're waiting on 1 novice. We should have 13 back, I believe. Yeah, bikes, we should have 6 back. Anyways, this final pair of advanced, John Dunbar, left side, 69 Chevelle, dials up 945, right side, the Malibu, dial 1062. Malibu is in great shape, crushed the tree, 16 green, Dunbar missed it, 332, taking the win, Malibu 16 and 41 over, taking 6/10 for the win. of advanced bracket, Dan Grawl, went trip zip that first round. He's dialed 1061 in that Barracuda left side. Right side, Dave Groth. 1004 the dial in that Eliminator Cougar. Boss 351, you can read it on the hood scoop. Dials 1004. Nice wheelie by the Cougar. Consistent, that's for sure. He's going to take the win as Grawl goes 10 red after being perfect. Growth moving on. Right side in that Cougar. 38 thou over, 54 green. Good enough for the win as Grawl went 10 red. So sadly, you've heard me say a bunch of times we didn't have names on file. As it turns out, someone has confiscated some of our tech cards and misplaced them during the day, and we just got them back. So we are furiously thrashing away on the computer to get all the remaining names put in. We apologize sincerely if we didn't get your name out there, but we'll have everybody in just a few minutes, hopefully, and hopefully we won't have any more of the not on file names listed. We'll get everybody's name. I think we're missing one. I think we're missing one novice. We should have 13 back, I believe. I see 12 cars, unless somebody's hiding. So novice, whoever that last novice winner is, we need you back. We need you back. Just lanes 5 and 6. Check your ticket. If your time slip says you won, you should be in the lanes for round 2. We have all of our intermediate cars back. We're going to start running them in a little bit. We should have six motorcycles we should have back. I see 4, maybe 5. We got one test and tuner in lane 8. Once we get over there to lane 8, we'll run that car down. Fastest car on the property. Always a nice title to have. We have one winner back from advanced. We had 10 go down. We'll have 5 come back. We'll come up with a buy car for that. We'll see if they retain the buy. No, Grawl did not retain the buy, so we'll pick a new buy for advanced. Marshall plan, on down the track they go. Marshall's in the right lane, dialed 1150. You see brake lights come on in that Challenger, and on the double breakout, he will take the win. He had the better reaction time, broke it out by 63 thou. As Kelly Cope was 275 green on the 1150, goes 2/10 under. Wow, 200 thou to 63 thou. Your winner. Moving on right side. Yes, on the right side, 1150 to dial. Darren Kells, 1120 the dial in the pickup truck left side. Very close at the finish line. Finish line margin 0092. But Darren Kells breaks it out 45 thou to do it. Had to take 9 thou less. Kieski moving on, right side. Kurt Wamoff, left side, 11:31. John Damagala, 11:68 in the Grand National, right side. Off they go. Reaction time advantage this time going to the Grand National. You hear Wamoff in and out of the throttle, though, as he gets around on the big end. Takes 31 stripe, goes 11:33 on that 31 dial. Damagala, over a 10th off on the dial for the loss. Clayton Kells. Clayton Kells in the D100, dial 1250, getting chased by Michael Sepper. Sepper in that Camaro. Got that thing working now. They tamed it down on the starting line. You see the chute come out. You see the wind light come on again. 28 green, 922 on the 915. We call that the chute drop. Wow. Getting it done. 150 miles an hour. Moving on. Kells was dead on with a 9, but the tardy reaction time spelled doom for him on that race. Don Gieske, left side. It is Gieske. All right. Don Gieske, 1190 the dial in the CUDA, chasing down Buck Smith. Buck Smith goes red, hands the win over to Gieske. 189 green in that CUDA. Gorgeous red CUDA. Taking the win, breaks it out 24 thou or 26 thou for the win. Both drivers breaking out. Russ Brown now 1450 the dial in his 70 CUDA, 383 power. Grant Dudinsky, right side 10 flat the dial in the Camaro SS out of Andover. Off they go. Grant with the better reaction time on the brakes. You see the brake lights come on, goes 10-13 for the win. Great driving there. Russ Brown tardy on the tree and couldn't run the number, ends up 3/10 behind for second place. Kurt Wamoff now, left side, 1155 the dial in the 55 Chev. Todd Thomas, 1257 the dial, the 70 Dart Swinger, right lane. Both drivers away with green light starts. Better of the two green lights going to the car you see in front. That's Todd Thomas. And he'll take the win. 50 green, 1266 on the 1257. Gets behind 600, but will take the win as Wamhoff breaks it out for the loss. Breaks it out 16 thou, took 60 thou, needed to take 50 thou or less. Matt Walsh now taking the odd lot bye in this round. Dials up at 1150. Lets it go, 26 green, great reaction time. Let's see what he does on that 1150. 1163. Coming back for round 3. All right, looks like we have all of our novice cars back. We have some of our winners coming back in the other classes. Thank you for that, ladies and gentlemen. We're still looking for a couple of bikes. We need 6 bikes for this round, this next round. We're looking for 1 bike. I see 5. Novice coming out right now for round 2. Ben Miller now left side in the 08 Corvette, dials up a 1210. Dave Rudd now in the 69 Camaro SS, and it does say 427. That's the call out on the side of the car. Got the 427 hood. That's an awesome looking car. He's dialed 1304, getting chased. Both drivers away with green lights. Oh, little misshift there in the Corvette. And Rudd doesn't look back. No need to look back. Breaks it out. Takes 3 car lengths to break it out and hand the win back over to Ben Miller. Misshift and all, moving on. Brittany Rudd now in that beautiful, bright orange Nova, taking off, getting chased by Steve Flom in that Trackhawk right side. Both drivers away with green lights. Steve Flom going to get there. As long as he doesn't break out, he's going to win, and he does not break out, and he does win. Moving on. Brittany Rudd broke it out, taking a 10th and a half, but was very tardy on the reaction time and locked out of that race. Sue Rudd now, 1271 the dial left side. Brian Hankins, 1230 the dial right lane in that 66 Galaxy. I don't think Hankins is going to get there, and he doesn't. Sue Rudd had a very big reaction time advantage, turns it into a win running 89 thou over, still takes 3/10 at the finish line. Rames Frisch, left side in Mustang, Jackson Tom Ford, right side in the 69 Chevelle. Tom Ford goes red. You see the W up there on the board already for Frisch. Whether he breaks out or not, it doesn't matter. He is moving on to round 3. Goes 1454 on that 1450 dial, moving on. Dwayne Evanson, 1208 the dial. Left side. Chevy pickup going down the right lane. Dwayne Evanson taking the win, 1222 on that 1208 dial, getting there by half a second. Mike Hayes, 1210 the dial in the Dodge pickup, left side. Larry Nelson, 1355 the dial in the Galaxy, in the right lane. Something might have gone away on the pickup, we're not sure. It was moving out pretty good, and then it just gave up the ghost. I think we heard RPMs come up. He's searching for gear, and he's going to win if he gets to the finish line. As Larry Nelson breaks it out. Oh, unfortunate for Nelson. Just needed to turn around and look and see that the other car was broke. But Mike Hayes is going to be your winner this round no matter what, by virtue of Larry Nelson breaking out. Strange things happen at the racetrack, and this is one of them. That's a burnout right there. Somebody's having some fun. I think this is our last car. For intermediate, it is Doug Bennett in his 78 Malibu, dial 1068. He just did an awesome heater coming out of the burn box. Wow, great burnout. Smoke still flying around here. Saging it up. Goes red. Got pretty forward on it, but hold it back. Goes 32 red. Let's see what he does on the 1068. He should go over the number. And he does 1087 on that 1068. Coming at you right now. Nels Torgerson left side. Craig Zoller right side. Off they go. Look at Zoller jamming on the gears. Torgerson with the better reaction time. He's out ahead and takes the win. 16 green and runs almost 2/10 over, taking 500ths for the win. Stan Sleever, 1075 left side. Jeff Serene, 936 right side. Off they go. Jeff Serene goes 3,000 red, hands the win over to Sleeper. Sleeper 56 green on the 1075. He'll go 1075 with a 2. Nice lap right there. Jeff Serene lets out, coasts across the finish line. So coming out next pair, .850 the dial, going to be chasing down bike in the left lane, dial 1250, 4-second head start going to that bike. 4 seconds. Wow, going to be way out there. Probably going to go 108 miles an hour, 105 miles an hour. Bike in the right lane, going to be doing almost $160. Oh my, look at that closing speed. Doesn't get there though, as both drivers are way off their dials, but closer, getting there by a 10th. Left lane bike moving on. And I think we got to buy this round. This will end competition for round 2. Brandon Roman in the Buell. Right lane, dials up 1158. Off he goes. Plenty green on the reaction time, and on the 1158 goes 1153. Breaks it out 500ths. We got some time runs we're going to run now. Oh, I hear another bike run. This is a time run. Got a few test and tuners still making time runs. Don't want to go home. Don't want to watch that Packers game. Holy cow, who would? Unless you're a Viking fan. Off goes Rob Warren. Another time run. We're looking for, let's see, I think we should have 5 advanced coming back. I see 4. We should have 8 intermediates coming back. I see 7, now 8. We should have 7. We should have 7 novice coming back. I see 6. So we're missing some winners. We need 1 advanced. Looks like we have all of our intermediates, and we're missing 1 novice winner. So, oh, that's right. Novice winner we're missing is in a truck, so probably won't be coming back. Fixed, but I don't think we're going to do a top fuel thrash on a drive shaft and get him fixed up for round 3. Fastest car on the property, Scott Miller in that 67 Chevy 2. I don't know, thousands of horsepower. That's all I can tell you. It just did. In one advanced car. I don't have the car number to tell you who you should be in the winners. You're in round 3, but you should be up here if you're winning. If you're a winner, Track under power. Again, lined up really askew from the groove, so not sure what they're trying to prove. Very soft out of the hole. Putting the power to it, running it through. Holy moly, 779, 193 miles an hour. Oh my goodness. Wow. Limps it out of the hole with a 145 60 foot and then puts the boots to it, going 151 at the 8th mile, gains another 42 miles an hour in the back half of the run. That is fantastic. What a show. I think we're missing one novice besides our broken pickup truck. We should have 6 back in novice. I count 5. We have all of our advanced. We have all of our intermediate. We're looking, so if you're a novice and you have a hitting time slip, you need to back to staging, please. Their way up, so shortly we'll have them. We need, I think, 4 bikes back. We got 2. Looks like we got 3 out of the 4 back, so missing 1 bike. Getting our time, test and tune time runs out. Joe Badur left side. This is round 3, advanced bracket. Joe Badur dial 1390, getting chased by John Faisal. Faisal in that Shelby GT350. Taking the win as Badur goes 34 red. On the 1166, Faisal goes 63 with a 5. Breaks it out 25 thou. But we'll be moving on. Maybe in a trend, Badur also breaks out. Let's see if that continues. Garrett Wrenchen, left side in that Malibu. It's nice to have names for these guys. They're winning, and we like to see that. We want to give them the recognition. Thank you for, I mean, hey, it's not anybody's, like I say, we misplaced tech cards. We took care of it. Dave Groth over here, 10:04. Great wheelie in the cooler eliminator, and he eliminates himself with 178 red. Garrett Wrenchen moving on. Round 10:35 to die. Let's go double 03. Sets himself up for the bye next round. 10:34 with a 1, breaks it out 9 thou. Kevin Post going to be sitting on the bye in advance for the next round. And we go into intermediate bracket. Matt Walsh, left side, 1162. Marshall Plan, right side, 1130. Off they go. Green light's a pair. Much better green light going to the Chevrolet. And on the double breakout, turns it into a win. Breaks it out by only 15 thou, as Marshall Plan broke it out by almost 2/10. Don Giesecke now. 1190 the dial in that left lane. Almost a 2-second head start he's getting from Grant Dudinsky. In the 70 Camaro SS. Gorgeous, gorgeous Camaro. Off they go. Oh, Dudinsky goes red. Hits the win over to Giesecke. 1190 dial, Giesecke goes 1186, breaks it out 37 thou. Gene Kieski now, left side, 1153 the dial in that 66 Le Mans. Todd Thomas, 1265 the dial in his 70 Dodge Dart. I'm going to call it a swing. Kieski goes 3 thou green, Todd Thomas, your winner. Right lane. $11.27 the dial, going to get chased by Michael Sepper. Sepper dialed 919. Making that Camaro work today. It's a thing of beauty. Big reaction time advantage going to Wamhoff. Chute comes out. Wind light does not come on this time for Sepper. Wamhoff taking the win. 009 green. Runs a 10th off and still gets there by 200. Cuts it kind of close as Sepper comes on him at 149 miles an hour, but tardy reaction time and being off the dial spelled doom for Sepper. They got that Camaro working good now finally. That's really nice to see that thing leave. It leaves really soft because it's got a lot of power and then comes on really strong, that 150 mile an hour top end. Intermediate bracket, and we're going into novice right now. I think we got 3 pair coming up. Sadly, we lost one to breakage. Ben Miller, left side, 1210 the dial in that 08 Corvette. Steve Flom, 1160 the dial in the 2020 Trackhawk, right lane. Steve Flom might be graduating to intermediate next time he races. He'll take the win. Ben Miller had a much better reaction time, but runs it out the back door, taking a ton of stripe, a car length, breaks it out, hands the win back over to Flom. Rames, I'm going to go with James Frisch. In that left lane, dialed up 1450, getting chased by Dwayne Evanson. Frisch, with the better reaction time, breaks it out and hands the win back over to Evanson. Evanson moving on in that Gasser 63 Nova. Oh, and I like it. You're giving me some clues. That's Mama Rudd over there. Left lane, dialed 1271 in the 68 Nova. Doug Bennett. Right side in the Hillcrest Hustler. Doesn't look like a novice car to me, but who am I to say? Reaction time advantage going to Mama Rudd. Win goes to Mama Rudd. Runs dead on with a 3 after a 37 light. 40 total. Locked out Bennett. Bennett 92 green. Runs dead on with a 4. Had no chance of winning. We call that being locked out or mathematically ineligible. Mama Rudd moving on. Bikes coming up in a little bit. Bike Eliminator. Stan Sleever, left side, 1075 the dial. Going to be chasing down Brandon Roman, 1148 the dial. Right lane. Our bikes are not novices, I can tell you that today. These guys know what they're doing. Off they go. Stan Sleever will take the win. He had the worst of the 2 reaction times, but gets around him and takes 400ths for the win. Nels Torgerson. Left side, dials up on 1110. Going to be chasing down Phil Wilhelm in what looks like the cross-country Traveler bike setup in the right lane. Dial 1260. Torgerson has 29 thou advantage on the starting line. We'll see if he can turn it into a win. And he cannot. As Paul Wilhelm takes the win 100 for a reaction time, 18 thou over, taking 92 thou for the win. That completes our third round of competition. And Consolation racers, stand by. We're going to see what lanes we can put you in. I'll call you up momentarily. We have some test and tuners still making some passes. But once we get some lanes figured out quickly, hey, does the potential buy car knows he still has to run? He can't just go back to the pits. He's got to run this round. We only have 4 cars left in intermediate. So Consolation racers, stand by Consolation racers. We're going to figure out what lanes we can clear some cars out of and move things around and get you called up here. We're getting down there in car counts. I think we're missing 1 advanced. We're missing 1 intermediate. No, we have all of our. No, we're missing 1 intermediate. I think we have all of our novices back. I think we need 1 bike. So I think as soon as we get our last advanced car back, once we get our last advanced car back, I think we'll be ready to call our Consolation racers. Looks like we now have all of our intermediates back. We're missing 1 bike and 1 advanced racer. I think I see our advanced racer coming up. And with that advanced racer coming up, nope, I was wrong. I'm not sure what's going on now. All right, now we have our advanced racer coming back. We have all of our intermediates. Well, not being able to follow what's going on while I do my race car stuff, does look like the Packers are closing in on the Vikings. 28-22. Vikings have not scored in the second half. They haven't scored since the first half. There is 8.5 minutes or so left. I don't know who has the ball, but 28-22, Packers not out of it, coming back, mounting a momentous comeback. Vikings fans, we're used to this. We're used to this. So we have looks like our last bike coming up. We have everybody here ready for round 4, I believe. We're going to be calling up Consolation cars very shortly. And just a reminder, Consolation cars, it's going to be one bracket for everybody. One bracket for everybody. So if you want to run the Consolation, doesn't matter, advanced, novice, intermediate, whatever. But in order to get in the Consolation race, you have to be eliminated from the main race. You can't run them both. If you're still in, you can't run Consolation. So also a reminder, if you do win or runner-up and you want to be interviewed and have a trophy presentation, we will do all of those at the same time at the end of competition today. If you don't want to wait around and be interviewed and just want your trophy, you can pick your trophy up. Oh, and trying to keep everything updated. It looks like Vikings have kicked a field goal. Finally, they scored in the second half. It is 31-22. Vikings over Green Bay in Lambeau Field. Oh, things are going so awry at Lambeau Field. All right, Consi cars, I will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Consolation, lanes 1 and 2, please, in orderly fashion. Consolation race cars that want to participate, all of you come up to lanes 1 and 2, please. 1 and 2. Consolation, this is your call to staging. Advanced bracket, 3 cars remain. They're coming to the starting line right now. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Semi-final action for all of our classes. Kevin Post, 1035 the dial, left side in his S10 pickup. John Faisal, 1164 the dial in that 66 Shelby GT 350. Dialed 1164 in the right lane. Big reaction time advantage going to the pickup truck. And Kevin turns that into a win. He's 40 green. Runs almost a tenth over, taking a tenth for the win. Fiesel, 200 on the tree. Almost 500ths over spells doom for him. Garrett Wrenchin now in that 79 Malibu, right side, dials up a 1062. Taking the bye. Goes 23 red, but doesn't matter. He's moving on to the next round, to the final round, where he's going to square off against Kevin Post. On the 1062, goes 1056 at 126 miles an hour. Breaks it out, 38 thou. Check that, 58 thou. Wow, way under. Consolation cars, we'll take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Consolation cars, lanes 1 and 2. Consolation race cars, lanes 1 and 2. I see a lot of people in 2. 1 is open. Right lane, left lane. You know how it works. You've been here all day. Doing a wonderful job, all you racers. Great racing going on. I hope you're having a ball. The weather is so beautiful out there. Nice breeze. Intermediate cars coming at you. Intermediate semifinal coming out. We have 4 cars remaining. No buys. 4 go down. 2 come back. We'll have all of our final rounds in a row this next round. Sadly, a couple of Mopars squaring off in this semifinal. Don Giesecke, left side, 1190 the dial, in that beautiful 70 Plymouth Cuda. 383 call out on the rear quarter panel. Right side, Todd Thomas in the 70 Dodge Dart, dial 1263. Thomas coming from Two Harbors, Minnesota. Down the track reaction time advantage going to the Dodge, not the Plymouth, but on the breakout, he hands the win back. Todd Thomas, 72 green, breaks it out. 59 thou as Giesecke, 164 green, 18 thou over a tenth and a half behind, but by virtue of the breakout, he is moving on. Now, the last pair, Kurt Wamoff, left side, dials up 1127. Chasing down Matt Walsh. Walsh down 11. Walsh way out ahead. If he doesn't break out, he's going to win. He doesn't break out, and he does win, going on to the final. And this is bracket novice, or novice bracket, whatever you want to call it. Like I say, Steve Flom is going to move up to intermediate after today's performance, or this year's performance, I should say, in novice. 2020 Trackhawk, right side, dialed 1160. Dwayne Evanson, dialed 1215. In that left lane, reaction time advantage goes to Steve Flom, and he's out ahead, but breaks it out, taking a 10th. Oh, that was a close one. Dwayne Evanson moving on to the final. He's going to square off against Mama Rudd, dialed 1271, and that's 68 Nova. Mama goes very green, and we'll just leave that one alone on the 1271 dial. Runs it through to go 1278, 700ths over. Coming back for the final against Evanson, Mama Rudd. I'm told this is our bike final, so I'm going to go with it. Stan Sleever, left side, dial 1075, going to be chasing down Phil Wilhelm, right side, dial 1260. That's a 2014 BMW, motor it down the right lane. And sadly, Paul Wilhelm goes red, hands the win over to Stan Sleever. Sleever, our bike champion. Bike champion right there, Stan Sleever, left lane. Congratulations, Stan, and congratulations, Paul, for getting to the final. Our winners and runner-up. Stan Sleever, champion. Bike class here, final race for our muscle car / bike shootout in 2024. Now we got a test and tune run coming up here. And we got 3 more final rounds to go. We are lining up our consolation racers. A bunch of people want to get in that consolation race. Everybody, if you're left, get up here and get in the consolation race. Even if you lost in the semifinals, come on up here and get in, because we're going to run that round pretty darn quick. We aren't going to wait around a whole lot. We've had plenty of time to sit around and watch all these other guys race. And again, this race for consolation, you'll be coming back. Winners, you'll come back right away. Lanes 1 and 2. This will be a round-robin race, and it will be run at a little brisker pace than what we've ran these other races in, because there's going to be no cars between you. Just so you know, racers, we want you to be aware. We want you to come back as soon as possible, and we will crown a champion for consolation. We have a trophy specifically chosen for you with your own nameplate on it. Again, we'll be doing all of our trophy presentations and winner interviews if you so want to be interviewed in the winner circle in front of the tower at the end of competition. Terrific turnout today. We thank each and every one of you for being here. We hope you had a great time. We're not done racing yet. We got 3 more final rounds. We have a whole consolation race left to run. But like I said, consolation racers, you win, you come back, and there's not going to be any cars between you. So keep that in mind. You're going to be running quick, or you might be left behind. So final call, consolation. Final call, consolation, staging lanes 1 and 2. You'll be the next ones out. So whenever Kirby decides to turn you guys loose, we're ready. So be by your cars, be ready, be saddled up. And as promised, here comes consolation, round 1. We single these racers out because this is the hardest race to win of all the races. All these drivers have lost today. They are looking to get even with somebody. They'll all be gritting their teeth. Chomping down on their cigars, ready to go. Cutting good lights, running dead on. Oh, this is going to be a tough one to win, the consolation race. And here we go with our first pair. Tiffany Badur, left side, dials 1135, going to get chased by Thomas Good. Right side in that 16 Challenger. Off they go. And what did I tell you? Tiffany Badur throws down, goes 19 green. If she doesn't break out, she's going to crush competition, and she does. 19 green, 41 thou over, taking almost 2/10, putting Thomas Good on the trailer, sending him home. Good was tardy on the tree, ran 100th over, but couldn't get it done. Next pair out, that's Buck Smith, left side. He goes 12 thou red, hands the win over to Larry Nelson. Nelson in that 65 Ford Galaxy, taking the win, 56 green, and runs 58 thou over for the win. Alex Schultz, 1167 left side. Jeff Ellenson, 1052 right side. That's not Jeff Ellenson, that is Brad Goat. Go ahead. Liquor, Goat Liquor. The 72 Dodge, 500 cubic inches, big block power. Brad goes red. Brad's out of North Mankato, Minnesota. First time I got to say his name, so I'm trying to hit it a bunch of times since he's done racing for the day. Alex Schultz taking the win. 385 green is good enough when the person next to you is 292 red. Schultz moving on. Scott Turner is in that Chevelle in the left lane out of Now Then, Minnesota. Dial 10 flat. Larry Plank, 1149, the Torino right side. Off they go. Scott Turner's in great shape in that Chevy. He's going to get there, and he'll take the win. 53 green, 57 thou over, locked out Plank. Plank was 240 green, breaks it out almost 2/10 on his way to second place. Tom Jarjekzo, I'm sure that's a typo. Don Jarjeko, I'll just say. 1420 left side, John Coombs, 12 right side. Both drivers away from the green light starts. The better of the two green lights, starting line advantage going to the Ford right side. And on the double breakout, will take the win, breaks it out 42 thou. As Jarjeko breaks it out almost 4/10. John Faisal now, 1166. Left side in that Shelby Mustang. Dan Crownhart, 980 the dial, right lane. Off they go. Wow, separated by only 3 thou on the starting line. Anybody's race. Who's going to get there first without breaking out? Well, it's John Faisal. 37 green, 12 thou over, gets there by 34 thou. Dan Crownhart, 34 green, 49 thou over, again, second place. Jeff Peterson, left side in the Trans Am, 1343, going to get chased by Craig Zoller. Zoller, about 1122, in the right lane. Craig Zoller in control, looking over at his competition now. Slowing down, taking the win. 43 green, as Peterson missed it on the tree. Was 583 green, that's no good. Zoller moving on in the 07 Harley. James Perrin now in that 66 440 powered Charger out of Bancroft, Wisconsin. He's a crop duster, question mark, by trade. Kelly Cope, 70 Nova. Again, both drivers separated by 3 thou. Cope and the Nova way out there, breaking out by almost a second. Holy cow. Hit the nitrous on that pass. James Perrin moving on. Runs dead on with a 9. Grant Dudinsky, left side, 10 flat the dial. Joe Badur, 1385 on the right. Off they go. 26 thou separate them at the hit. Badur will take the win. Runs 47 thou over, gets there by almost a 10th. Doug Bennett, left side, 1078. Mike Samuelson, 1120 in the 2024 Corvette in the right lane. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage going to the Malibu of Doug Bennett. He'll turn that into a win. 77 green, 53 thou over, gets there by a super Walmart, but does not break out. Jarrett Joneman, left side, 1220 the dial in the Chevy pickup. Dave Adams, 1118 the dial in the 72 Challenger. Named Thumper in the right lane. Off they go. 20 thou separate them at the hit. Whoever runs closest to the number probably going to win. Adams is out there. If he doesn't break out, he's going to win. He does not break out, and he does win. Gets there by a 10th and a half. Regulating the finish line like a pro. Dave Adams moving on. Dan Grohl. Left side, 1058 the dial for the 69 Barracuda out of Hammond, Wisconsin. Brian Conrad in the right lane dialed 1198 in the 73 Challenger. Right side. Off they go. Dan Grohl, not getting the numbers in there right on the delay. Something. He is in big trouble. Conrad, if he doesn't break out, will win. He does not break out, and he does win. Takes 2 super walnuts, 1.25 seconds. About 5 car lengths? Wow, that's a bunch. Joel Frisch now. Left side, 1014 the dial. Michael Sepper. In the right lane, dialed 922. Off they go. Frisch has almost 50 thou in his pocket in reaction time advantage, but can't convert. Runs a 10th over, gets 42 thou behind. As Sipper goes 67 green and runs 15 thou over for the win. Alex Nelson, 1220, left side. In that Chevelle, Kerry Gold, 1104 the dial in the Cutlass Supreme in the right lane. We like to call him Cuddy. Off they go. The Cuddy in control, 81 Cutlass of Kerry Gold, taking the win. 1118, gets there by almost 3.5 tenths. 2 or 3 car lengths. 2 car lengths, probably. Brandon Swanson, left side. Dials up a 1316. Mike Hayes dialed 1255 in the right lane. Off they go. Mike Hayes goes red. Brandon Swanson green. Swanson in that 2000 S10 Blazer out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, moving on. Carl Wamoff left side dialed 1155 in his 55 Chevy. Dave Houston dials 1060 in his 56 Chevy, named Misbehavin' in the right lane. Off they go. 1/10 of a second reaction time advantage going to Carl Wamoff. He'll turn that into a win. Runs 42 thou over after going 38 green. We call that an 80 thou package, and that locks out Houston, who was 139 green, and then runs a 10th off, ends up over a second behind, over a second behind off his dial. Joe Nelson taking the odd lot bye this round, round 1 of Consolation. Dials up a 925 in that 69 Chevelle. Off he goes. 132 green. Breaks it out 6 thou. Nice pass. 149 miles an hour. Here we go with our 3 final rounds. We're going to be crowning 3 champions and 3 runners-up. Novice final coming your way right now. Mama Rudd, left side, 1271. Dwayne Evanson, right side, 1215 the dial. Pair of green lights. Mama Rudd in control and taking the win. 33 green, 44 thou over. Do some quick math. That's 77 total. Locked out Evanson. Evanson 121 green, runs 100th over, ends up 54 thou behind. Congratulations, Sue Rudd, on your win today in bracket novice at the Muscle Car Shootout, Rock Falls Raceway 2024. This is our intermediate final. Intermediate final coming up right now. Don Giesecke, left side, 1190 the dial. Hasn't changed it all day. Matt Walsh, 1158 the dial. Right side. Off they go. Once again, Matt Walsh in complete control. He's out ahead. He'll regulate the finish line. He'll take the win. 72 green, almost a 10th over. Gets there by 6 thou. Almost gave it back. Matt Walsh moving on to the final. He is our intermediate champion. Don Giesecke, congratulations on your runner-up. Kevin Post now, 1034. Garrett Renchen, 1059. In the right lane. This is bracket advanced final going down the track right now. 29 thou separate him at the hit. Advantage going to the Malibu. Taking the win on a double breakout. Gets there by 23 thou, breaks it out 36 thou, and that's 23 thou less than Kevin Post broke it out. Post broke it out 26 thou also, actually. So your winner, Garrett Renchen, right side. So I had to do a little analysis on that last pass. Both drivers break it out 36 thou. The difference in reaction time ends up being the difference in finish line, and that's how your winner is awarded. And when they both break out by the exact same amount, first or worst is the game in drag racing. And since both drivers broke out by the same amount, there was no worst. So the first driver to the finish line is your winner. That was Garrett Renchen. Congratulations, Garrett. Took me a little while to explain that on the identical double breakout, but that's how it works. Garrett, you are the champion in bracket advance today. Congratulations, Kevin Post. No slouch, runner-up. Frustrating part about runnering up there is if you'd have got on the brakes just a hair sooner, you'd be the winner. Oh, that's a tough one. I've been in both sides of those races. Racers, you should be in the lanes. This is a round-robin race. Consolation winners, you should be in the lanes. We're missing 5 of you? Holy cow. 17 should be back. I counted 12. Now 13. Let's go, Consi Racers. It's time to race. Final call for Consolation winners. Round 1 winners. You should be in the lanes. We're missing 1 car. If I have to look it up and single it out, we're going to run without you. So final call for Consolation winners. We're missing 1 car. Come right on, or you're going to be left out. So I've made that final call for the last remaining winner. So we're going to assume you're broken. We're going to run. So once again, winners, champions, runners up, y'all get trophies. If you're winners, if you want to be interviewed, yours truly will be down there to interview, but I won't come down. I'm not allowed to come down until all racing is done, I guess. So we really don't want to run without this last Consolation winner. We really don't. We're trying our best to hold on. It looks like maybe they've come back into the lanes. So, all right. Maybe not. No, that's our chance. So we don't want to run, but we can't wait. We got cars to run. We got 16 other people ready to race. So we're waiting on that 17th car, but we're done waiting. We made the final call. As soon as Kirby makes the decision and sends everybody out, if you are that 17th car, you're not going to get back in. I'm just sorry. I'm sorry about that. Two coming at you right now. These racers are the most mad, and they want to win the worst. They've already been knocked out of elimination once today. They don't want to get knocked out again. John Koobs, left side, 1208, a 66 Mustang. Alex Schultz, 1167, in the 2017 Chevy SS. Right side. Off they go. Give the reaction time advantage to the car out ahead. That is the Ford. But he breaks it out a bunch. Hands the win over to Schultz. Schultz, 116 green, dead on with a 6. That's good enough for the win. Koobs, 48 green, and goes a 10th under, taking a 10th. Wow. John Faisal now. The 66 Mustang. So 65. Nope, 66. Shelby GT. Chasing down the Ford of Larry Nelson, but Nelson goes red, hands the win over to Faisal. Faisal moving on, 51 green, 16 thou over, 66 total for the 66 Mustang. How about that? Larry Nelson was 149 red and almost a 10th off the dial. James Perrin, 66 Charger, 1150. Craig Zoller, 1122, the 07 Harley, dial. Both drivers away from green lights, pretty good green lights, 18 to a 44. Give the 18 to the Mopar, give the win to the Mopar. Getting there by 88 thou, as Zoller just couldn't run the number, was a 10th off the dial. Doug Bennett, 1078. Left side, Scott Turner, 10 flat, right side. If you're that last remaining Consolation car, you should be in lane 1 and 2 because we're halfway through the round. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage going to the Chevelle, taking the win. 10.06 on that 10 flat dial. Scott Turner getting it done. Gorgeous car. Nice wheelies. Just doing a great job. Doug Bennett now. Whoops, I'm sorry. I got to push a button. Joe Badur, left side. 1385 the dial. Going to get chased by Michael Sepper. Sepper dialed 922. In that 2023 Camaro ZL1. Off he goes. Boy, they got that thing working. They had a lot of trouble during the testing tune and during yesterday's import race. And he breaks it out by 1 thou, getting there by a 10th. Needed to pull that chute a little earlier there, Michael. Oh, Joe Badur, 54 green and almost a 10th off the dial. Still takes the win by virtue of the 1,000th of a second breakout by Michael Sepper. Dave Adams now left side. 1118 the dial. Brandon Swanson, 1316 in the right lane. Dave Adams goes red. Dave going to be disappointed, certainly in that loss. All he had to do was turn it green. He's probably going to win. Runs it through, goes 17 thou under. As Swanson runs it through to go 29 thou under. Kerry Gold, the 81 Cuddy, left side. 1102 the dial. Carl Wamhoff, 1155 the dial. Right side. Off they go. Kerry Gold goes 29 red. Hands the win over to Carl. Carl Wamhoff, 47 green. We'll see what he does on that 1155. Runs almost a 10th over, but he is moving on. Left side, 1135 the dial. Joe Nelson, 925 the dial. That's super fast. 69 Chevelle in the right lane. Off they go. Tiffany goes 1 stinking thou red. .031 green for Nelson. That's good enough for the win. He lets out of the big puff of smoke at the 8th mile. No problems there. Takes the early turnoff, cooling it down, coming back for round 3. Tiffany, after going 1 thou red, breaks it out 13 thou. Oh, this is a brutal sport. Brutal sport. As promised, racers, this is a round-robin race. If you win, you should be back in the staging lanes as soon as possible. 5 of you have made it back. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming back. We're looking to crown one last champion of the day, and that is going to be the Consolation winner. So we're missing 3 cars. Come right on. Come right on. If you won round 2 of the consolation race. It is time for round 3. I'm amazed by this week after week. Packers were favored by 2.5. Packers cover the spread but don't win. This is incredible. How does Vegas do this? Vikings were ahead 28-0, and they win 31-29 over the Pack. Tough loss for the Packers. Mounted the big comeback, very much like Georgia mounted the comeback last night over Alabama, but Alabama held on for the win. The Vikings held on for the win. Got that final field goal, which was incredible. And I think someone said that the Packers had missed a field goal earlier in the game, which now, if you look at that, would have won them the game. Ouch, ouch. Not trying to rub things in, just spreading the facts out. That's what I do up here, just giving the facts. 4-0 Vikings headed to, I don't know where the Super Bowl is this year, but they may as well start making reservations, huh? So we're still got a race going on. We're still doing a few test and tunes, waiting on 2 cars to come back. We aren't going to be waiting very long. So if you won round 2 of the Consi, come on down. I don't control when we run the next round. That's done downstairs in the staging lanes. Just so you know, we've all been here for 3 days. So come on down. If you're a Consolation round 2 winner, we listen 2 cars. Come on down to the staging lanes as soon as possible so you don't miss this round of competition. On a wham-off vehicle, I know you had a transmission leak. Carl, if you can't come back, let us know so we can run this round and get on with our competition. Otherwise, I'm trying to read through this report and see who's left that I don't know. Okay, so those are our two. Wham-off, I mentioned, he's got a leak, and I'm going to assume he's broke unless he sends somebody up here to the lanes in the next minute. I think we have all of our cars back. We have 6 back. Wham-off, I know, had a tranny leak. We flagged him on it. If he can't get it fixed, we're going to run without you, and we got 6 cars here. We'll do that. So you got a minute to get somebody up here, Carl, to let us know if you're broke or not. But we're going to assume you're broke at this point in time. You had more than enough time to get back to the staging lanes. So I'm sorry, but somebody's got to make the call. And we got 6 other drivers that made it back, and they're ready to race. Yes, it is round 3. Round 3 Consolation coming up to hot stage. They'll be coming into the boxes of water momentarily. Once again, congratulations, Jack Ostrowski. East Coast Alternators on your $500,000 win. Congratulations. Jake Clayton on the runner-up in $500,000 race. Congratulations, Michael Carpenter, Division II Super Pro champion, made it down to 3 cars, lost in the semis. Congratulations, Big Jed Pennington, getting down to 6 cars in a 500K. Also, best announcer in the country, racing and announcing, getting down to 6 cars, quarterfinal finish for Big Jed. Here we go, John Faisal, left side, 66 Shelby GT350, dials 1166. He was 66 total last time. He's almost heads up with Alex Schultz, dialed 1167 in the right lane. Off they go. Separated by only 5 foul. Nothing to write home about, but hey, a drag race is a drag race as far as this goes. And taking the win on the double breakout, Alex Schultz breaks it out 20 thou. Finishes behind 17 thou as John Faisal breaks it out 42 thou. 32 thou for the loss. Alex Schultz moving on. James Perrin now, 66 Charger. Scott Turner, 7 DeBell. Scott Turner with a big reaction time advantage, and he's been driving pretty darn good today. He's out of the throttle, and he gets behind. James Perrin moving on, 67 green, 13 thou over, gets there by 28 thou. Scott Turner, 006 green, runs a 10th over the dial, slowing down to get behind. Joe Badur, 1391 the dial. Left side, 1316 the dial for Brandon Swanson. Joe Badur in complete control. I saw a puff of smoke out the tailpipe. He's in and out of the throttle, and he gets behind. No, on the double breakout, he breaks it out by 41 thou more than Brandon Swanson. Swanson breaks it out 18 thou. Badur breaks it out. I gotta do my math quick here. 49 thou, taken 3.5 tenths, took over a car length. Brandon Swanson moves on. Perrin will be your bye holder for that round, or for the next round in the semis, round of 3. So we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. 3 cars remain for us to crown a Consolation champion. I want to get the name right. I know it's the 66 Charger sitting on the bye. I think it's James Perrin. And it is. James Perrin, you are sitting on the bye. So you will be in the final. Look at that Camaro of Al Reinke's. Uh-oh. Might have heard a turbocharger or two on that one. 914 at 172, a lot of smoke out of that thing. I think he may have just had a turbocharger or two issue, or something gone bad in the motor. Wow, you guys are great. Consolation racers are fantastic getting back here so quick. We have 3 remaining. We have 3 in the lanes. We'll go through and get some lane choices figured out for the pair that will run. We'll make sure James is ready for his bye run, and he's coming back for the final, and we'll decide between the other 2 drivers. I know one is Alex Schultz. I apologize to the other driver, not knowing the name offhand by looking at the car, but you'll get plenty of recognition once we get things going. Let me see if I can look that up here. That's the other driver I didn't know. Sorry, Brandon. Brandon and Alex going to square off. Jim Perrin, I'm told, not James. Jim is our bye holder. And that 66 Charger, 440 cubic inches of Mopar power. 2 Chevys remain, 1 Mopar. We'll have a Chevy and a Mopar in the final. And it looks like the drivers are getting ready. Helmets are going on. We'll see, is Jim going to run it out? Is he going to make a full pass? Or is he just going to break the beams? We don't know. On just breaking the beams. We want to see cars go down the track under full throttle. But hey, driver can do whatever the driver wants to do. This is semifinal action for the Consolation race coming around the corner. Brandon Swanson, left side, 13-16 the dial. He's going to get chased by Alex Schultz. Schultz sticking with that 1167 dial in the right lane. Schultz out of St. Francis, Minnesota. Brandon Swanson out of Ham Lake, Minnesota. Off they go. Hey, only 16 fouls separate them. Anybody's race. Taking the win on the double breakout, Alex Schultz moving on, breaks it out by 24 thou. Gets behind 43 thou. Brandon Swanson breaks it out by 52 thou for the loss. 27 thou difference in breakout going Alex Schultz's way. He's going to square off against Jim Perrin. Jim turning that big Dodge loose. Turns it loose too quick on the reaction time, but Jim out of Bancroft, Wisconsin. He is a crop duster by trade. Lets off partway down, goes through at 1182 on his 1150 dial. He's coming back for the final of the weekend. So once Jim and Alex get back, we'll let them shake hands, decide who wants to run what lane. Pretty sure they're both going to stay in the lanes they just ran. Jim's been in the left, Alex has been in the right. Shouldn't be a problem. Two 2003 Mitsubishi Eclipse with a monstrous amount of boost. 1048 at 134. We have one pair remaining, and then we will close the doors on the 2024 Muscle Car Motorcycle Shootout. 2024 has been a good year. We thank you all for being here, those of you who remain. We hope you had a great time. You were rewarded for waiting till the end of the year with some of the best weather we've ever had. Now, wasn't conducive to high horsepower and personal best ETs, but boy, oh boy, was it a beautiful day. Late September, it's like late August. Fantastic weather. Alex Schultz has come back ready for his final round. Chevy versus Mopar. What do we got here? 66 Dodge, 17 Chevy. 51 years between the cars. 51 years between cars. Holy cow. Where else can you see that but at a drag strip? Jim has made it back. Once the drivers shake hands, hopefully, I don't know how much animosity there is between a Chevy driver and a Mopar driver. We're about to find out. If Jim comes out of that car swinging, Alex, you better duck back into your car. Yep, here we go. No, true sportsmen. We're all sportsmen here. We're all drag racers. The camaraderie, the fellowship we have as drag racers runs across the nation, and I can attest to that as I've been a lot of different places. And drag racers and the family of drag racing spreads everywhere you go, every racetrack. Don't forget, next Friday, another test day, another Capital Motor Company test and tune before we have our Customer Appreciation Weekend. Potluck dinner Friday night. Pit vehicle race Saturday night, along with our candy giveaway, whatever, Halloween trick-or-treating going on for the kids. Decorate your trailer if you want. Just a good time. Customer Appreciation Weekend, next weekend. Whether you raced here or not, if you're a customer, you're invited. Bring a covered dish. Bring anything. Bring something for the potluck dinner, whether it's a dessert, side dish. Main course being supplied by Rock Falls Raceway. I'm not sure what it is. I know it's not steak and lobster. I'll bet money on that. But it's going to be something good. So join us for that next week. And here they come, our final of the weekend. Once these two cars go down the track, we will put a wrap on today's festivities. Jim Perrin, 66 Dodge Charger, left lane. Alex Schultz in his 2017 SS, right lane. So this is our last pair. Staging lanes are closed. That's obvious. This is the last pair to go down the track. If you come up to the staging lanes, all you're going to get is a picture taken. $11.50 the dial for the 66 Charger. Alex Schultz sticking with that $11.67. Been good luck for him. Jim Perrin really not changing his dial either on that $11.50. Both drivers in and stage. Down comes the tree, and away they go. Separated by 41 thou. Starting line advantage goes to the Dodge. Finish line advantage stays with the Dodge. Gets it done. 44 over, taking 38 thou. Alex Schultz, 41 over. Couldn't overcome the disadvantage on the starting line. Congratulations, Jim Perrin. You are the Consolation winner. Congratulations, Alex Schultz, on your runner-up finish in the Consolation race. I'll be down in a minute in case somebody wants to be interviewed here in the winner's circle. Otherwise, Safe travels, everybody, on your way home. We were extremely happy to have you here this weekend. We look forward to the next time you return to Rock Falls Raceway, and we hope it's next weekend for our customer appreciation race. Keep an eye out on Facebook for updates on exactly what's going on. But I know if you're not a regular bracket racer, there's been some assignments on certain dishes and whatnot, but basically we're having a potluck. If you want to bring something, come on out and join us. Bring a dish out. Bring some chips, bring a dessert, something. And join us in our potluck dinner Friday night. And again, we're going to have a pit vehicle race on Saturday and trick-or-treating for the kids on Saturday night. Just a good time going to be had by all. Racing both days, Saturday, Sunday, for customer appreciation races. Basically going to be gamblers races going on. And that's what's going to happen. So join us next week. Thank you for coming, and we'll see you next time here at Rock Falls Raceway.